This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger.
Here.
Mrs. Cons.
Here.
Mr. LaValle.
Here.
Mr. Salt.
Here.
Mr. Temby.
Here.
The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mr. Temby. Ms. Matson, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board was notified of these.
Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? In deference to people's time, I would like us to consider moving the introduction of the Journey K-8 principle to after 6A. Do I have a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger.
Aye.
Mrs. Cons.
Aye.
Mr. LaValle.
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
Are there any items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger.
Aye.
Mrs. Cons.
Aye.
Mr. LaValle.
Aye.
Mr. Salt.
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
Board quote, Mr. Temby.
Okay, my quote tonight is from Anatole France. He was a French poet, journalist, and novelist who lived from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. And education isn't how much you've committed to memory or even how much you know. It's being able to differentiate between what you do know and what you don't. And I am humbled every day by what I do not know. So.
Thank you, Mr. Temby. Next thing up is a special recognition of Eagleview Middle School students and staff. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you. As they make their way in, so going to give everybody an update on what this is about. It's an unusual agenda item for us at this place, but if you guys want to come in and face the same direction Mr. Lester's facing, that would be great. There was you guys are special guests. You get to stand wherever you want. So there was an event that happened pretty early this fall of this school year at Eagleview Middle School, and we've been looking for opportunities to recognize the staff and students who were involved in this. I'm not going to share the details. I want Mr. Lester to do that, but there was a pretty special reaction, we'll call it, a response maybe, by some students and some staff members at the school at early in the morning before school even started. And we've been looking for a chance to recognize these folks. And it's been a struggle just because we wanted that to be the focus. So hence, the board has agreed to move the agenda around a little bit tonight and allow these people to be recognized so they can leave and don't have to wait until public comments.
Nothing personal. We have bedtimes to be concerned about.
So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the principal at Eagleview Middle School, Mr. Jamie Lester.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Gregory, and thank you, school board, for having us here this evening. We really do appreciate the opportunity to celebrate some of our students and staff that when something happened, they took action, and we're all the better for it. Our entire community is whole as a result of that. And so early in the morning, in early September, we had an amazing cross-country practice, just like we did many days. The turnout this year was amazing. We had over 70 students coming to those practices early in the morning, first thing in the morning to get up to our track, start running around, get into Ute Valley Park, which is a beautiful setting to take those runs into. And as they were kind of getting set up to do that, something happened. We had one of our two coaches, actually, Mr. Thurston, who is here with us today. Happy to have him here. A teacher now for over 29 years here in the district, had a heart attack, and a specific kind of heart attack called a widowmaker. In that only 6% of people who have this kind of heart attack survive. What happened in the ensuing moments and minutes changed the course of all of our lives for everyone that was there. We had Katie Breitmeyer, who is another one of our wonderful teachers here. So Mr. Thurston teaches science, 8th grade science, and then Katie Breitmeyer is actually in our CSD program. She's one of our leaders of our CSD program, which was Communicative Social Development program. She supports students on the autism spectrum on a daily basis. But she was up there at the field, and when Mr. Thurston had a heart attack, she immediately did several things. She called 911. And she talked to a couple of students who were nearby and willing and able to help out. And one of those students, Jack Silver, who is here, right here. Yeah.
Jack, raise your hand higher. Jack, raise your hand higher proudly. Thank you.
So Jack Silver, she said, go down to the office and get help. He ran down to the office and was able to get some of us that were in the office to come up and support as well. Additionally, we had Aiden Turan. Aiden, where are you? Right here, please. Aiden actually helped Mrs. Breitmeyer to position Mr. Thurston so she could actually start CPR. So we actually helped with that process. Sorry. Ooh, it was a rough morning for sure, but their actions led to Miss Breitmeyer being in a position to then provide CPR, which she did so expertly that when CS Fire Department arrived, they didn't stop and take over. They told her to keep doing what she was doing, and they actually worked on crowd control with the 70 students that were on our field. And so that speaks to the level of training and her ability to adapt in that moment. So we could give her a round of applause. So thank you, Katie. And so I think at this point we can go up and maybe say hello and shake some hands. But within a matter of a few short weeks, Mr. Thurston was back in his classroom. I can just let you know that Mr. Thurston has had a huge impact in our community over his last 29 years. The number of people, I'd be at Safeway in the morning, and people would stop me and ask me how he was doing. People that I didn't know that had a connection to our school. There are people whose children have had the same experience they've had in his amazing science classroom. And so we are so thankful to have him continue on as part of our school community. So I'd like to recognize him here.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. And if you guys want to start making your way up, we'll go that side, and the board would like to shake your hands and congratulate you. And families, welcome to Mr. Thurston. And I don't want to put words in Mr. Lester's mouth, but I think it is important to note that I remember Mr. Lester saying that the first responders said, of course this is at that time, not tonight, but said if the response of the students and staff wouldn't have happened like it did, and as I guess I'll say as immediate as it did, that we wouldn't be celebrating tonight. So again, thank you, and thank you for indulging for the celebration. Well, again, thank you, Mr. LaValle, for allowing that to happen.
That was wonderful. I'm just thrilled. That's who we are as a D20 family, and that is just a great special presentation. Thank you. Journey K8 Principal Introduction, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah. Mr. Smart, please.
exciting, but I'm not, okay, whoa. All right, is this on? Thank you. Okay, good evening. I am pleased this evening to introduce one individual for an administrative position. This kind of feels like deja vu because we did this, I think, a while ago for a different position. So this might sound like you've heard this before. The candidate met all school district prerequisites. The candidate also completed our rigorous process, that's right, for achieving this recommendation, including paper screening, pre-screening interviews, preliminary interviews, final interviews, professional and reference checks. We are delighted that many applicants showed interest in this position, and I want to thank the many support staff and administrators who took time from other obligations to participate through the various parts of the interview process. Okay, so I am pleased tonight to introduce Ash Angiolo, who is being recommended as the principal for Journey K-8. Ash is joined this evening by her husband, Dom, who brought snacks just in case we were going to be after public comments. Just want you to know. Yes, that's true. You can spread those around. Ash holds a Bachelor's of Arts in Education Psychology from the University of Texas in San Antonio and a Master's of Education in Curriculum and Instruction from Arizona State University in Tempe, Arizona. She earned her principal licensure from Western Colorado State University in Gunnison, Colorado. Ash began her educational career in Schertz, is that right? Schertz, Texas, as a fourth grade teacher. Upon moving to Colorado Springs, she taught third grade at Prairie Hills Elementary, and then Ash moved to Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, and served as a curriculum developer for before moving back to Colorado Springs. Ash then moved to Mountain View Elementary as MTSS coordinator and student academic growth and assessment coach. She then served as assistant principal for Antelope Trails Elementary School for a couple years. For the past couple years, Ash has served as at Journey K-8 as a teacher on special assignment and currently as interim assistant principal. We are pleased to present Ash to you tonight for position of principal at Journey K-8. And Ash, is there anything you'd like to say? Just a couple. Thank you.
To the board and Mr. Gregory and the interview committee, the gravity of what you are entrusting me with is not lost on me. To say that I'm honored is an understatement. I cried in my interview and I'm not going to cry tonight. You won't get me twice, Mr. Gregory. So thank you. It's not lost on me what you have entrusted me with. To my family and especially Dom, you know, I think it's hard to be the spouse of an educator and to do that during a pandemic and then have your wife say, I think I want to do this. Thank you for just being a thought partner and are you sure you want to do that? And when my answer was yes, it was full support. So thank you to him. This morning, I had the honor of being at the Ronald McDonald House with our National Junior Honor Society. And it was really all about the kids presenting these blankets, but I couldn't help but notice the largest pair of red shoes that I have ever seen. And I walked over and the plaque says Ronald McDonald, but in that moment, it felt a little bit like those might be Donna Heinrich's shoes. And I know that it's a big set of shoes that I have to fill, but for everybody that's led me, that's been my principal, that's been my teammate, I take a little bit of each of them as I work to fill those shoes, and I'm grateful for this, so thank you.
Thank you. Normally, we vote on consent and then we take a break. We change things around a little bit, so you all are welcome to stay if you want, but you don't have to, if that's fair. But I feel like we'd like to shake their hand as well. So if y'all, do you mind just coming up? And we aren't going to take a break yet, but we would like to shake your hand and congratulate you. Flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. Appreciate the adjustments.
No worries. Yes, 4 seats. We're just waiting to fill as many seats as we can. There's people out back. Actually, Carrie, is that an empty seat next to you? Okay, fair. There is one more. Yeah, Buck, there is one more. Yep, okay, good. Okay, great. Ms. Cortez, do we have anyone signed up to speak to the board this evening?
This evening, we have 35 individuals signed up.
Thank you. The board welcomes public comments. In the interest of respecting the time of all who are present, speakers must have signed up to address the board prior to 4 p.m., and they must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. We also ask speakers to address the board and not others in the room. All speakers will be notified of the remaining time via the mounted monitors behind the dais. When the time has ended, the microphone will turn off. Supplemental written materials can be given to the security guards who are seated in the hallway outside of the boardroom, and they will be delivered to the board secretary. Profanity or any disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. We value greatly all comments from the public. However, the board will not respond this evening.
Our first speaker this evening is Rob Rogers.
Everybody. Mr. Salt, I thought we might have a conversation similar to the one that me and Mr. LaValle had a couple of weeks ago. Is he talking down to your constituents and insinuating that we just don't understand how this works? It's never going to be received well. However, I agree with you. There does seem to be a lack of understanding about how board policy works. But I lost my notes here. That's interesting. It's going to go back in and talk about the executive limitation policies and like what that actually means. In board governance policy, the GM, or in this case, our superintendent, is given full rights of making any reasonable interpretation of policy that's made. So if we go back in and refer to EL 2.1, then the it says the superintendent shall not subject students to subject students to any kind of medical treatment, medical opinion, medical advice. And just looking at that and wondering like how the superintendent would make any kind of like reasonable interpretation of that particular policy outside of what exactly it says. If the policy is supposed to, the overall policy says that the superintendent is supposed to protect students from unsafe or unclear situations, introducing that type of an addition to the policy is going to make the policy itself unclear and therefore unsafe. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me of like why an addition like that would be made. And I understand the reason for it. I understand the reason why a new board member would want to impress the people that elected them and put them in that position, but this is just poorly written policy. I would just suggest like shelving it and moving on to like something else. And whenever that something else is, you determine like what that is, then if you can, instead of talking down to me about it, you instead convince me with like real data and real information, then I would be, as weird as this would be, the one defending you if you can explain like why it has to be put in place in the first place. So I would just consider that like as you're going into your executive session tonight to talk with legal counsel, who has already suggested that this wouldn't be a good idea, to consider that it's not clear and it would make students unsafe and it would put teachers in a position where they wouldn't know exactly how they were supposed to carry on, how they were supposed to interact with the students like moving forward. I've heard that there is also going to be some shot to the heart Southern Baptist comments that are made like tonight's all of like the leftists in the room. So I'm really anxious to hear why it is that the leftists can't come up and just hold the elected officials accountable because Trump and Lamborn carried the county.
Time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Spiller.
Hello, my name is Sarah, and I'm a PT in the district. I work with students in SPED. I provide and adjust equipment. I modify desks and chairs to accommodate need. I check fit of orthotics. I train teachers in paras. I assist in scheduling and toileting. I collaborate with SPED, OT, ST, psychologists, counselors, teachers, specials, nurses, admin, and building managers. I travel between multiple schools in a single day, all to ensure that I see the child at the best possible time. But you see, this is all medical advice I provide, medical opinion and medical treatment under my physical therapist license. Mr. Salt, you stated, quote, "We all have valuable class time being taken up, trying to persuade students, trying to take medical actions one way or another. Everything should go through the parents. Should there be consent? We are not all trying to prevent staff from sharing their opinions. We as a district are welcome to inform parents of preferred actions, but it is their right to choose whether they would like that for their student or not," end quote. Help me understand your policy. Who is persuading students for what and why? How is calling parents on every equipment modification, transfer adjustment, and brace check not taking away time? You see, your policy directly takes away valuable time from students. Or maybe we just need to add 10 pages to the IEP and 504s for every possible situation that could occur. If a student was uncomfortable because of a position, do I need to wait for parental consent to make adjustments? Under your policy, yes, I would. Medical emergencies are a 911 call. That's not. How about a student that's having a tough day and requires a change in their transfer from their wheelchair? Do I call for permission first? What if I don't get an answer? This isn't a medical emergency. I could go on, but 3 minutes. Do you get it? This policy opens a door for litigation and directly impacts my position and the job of every single individual that has contact with students. And nurses, I can't imagine how they feel about this. If you think we're short-staffed now, you just wait. This policy isn't about COVID or masks, so come out and say what it is. Be specific, not purposely vague to suit your hidden agenda. Toss EL 2.1 treatment of students for good. Focus on real issues that matter and could save lives, and perhaps increase test scores. This is a public school, right? Stop taking away precious time from staff. Mr. Salt and Mr. LaValle, if you pass this policy, future resignations will be on you.
Our next speaker is Scott Heiler.
Good evening. My name is Scott Heiler. I'm the parent of 2 students in District 20, and I'm here to express my concern about the district's consideration of the math curriculum entitled Core Curriculum by Mid-School Math for middle school students in District 20. The dictionary definition of mathematics is the study of numbers, equations, functions, and geometric shapes and their relationships. Some branches of mathematics are characterized by the use of strict proofs based on axioms. There is no reference in this definition to the need to address social issues such as discrimination or racism. And yet at the end of each chapter of the core curriculum books is a short discussion from a minority student talking about the racism or discrimination that they have had to overcome. While I applaud each of these students for their perseverance and ability to overcome adversity, racial and socioeconomic discrimination are not the only types of disadvantages faced by students, but more on that in a moment. My main question is, why are we talking about these social issues in a math textbook when they are irrelevant to the subject of the course? Of course, teachers need to address issues of inappropriate treatment as they see fit. More generally, helping students to develop persistence and grit can be beneficial at appropriate times. However, spending time in math class focusing on these issues only takes precious minutes away from teaching our children the math skills they desperately need. We hear over and over again how our children are falling behind the rest of the world. Standardized test scores, although I'm not a huge fan, are on the decline, and many students are not progressing at an appropriate pace into high school math classes. Shouldn't we spend as much time as possible talking about numbers, equations, functions, and geometric shapes and their relationships? Let's focus on what's important. Now back to the students who've had to overcome adversity. Many other students from different backgrounds and with other struggles have had to overcome similar hurdles, and yet I see no mention of their stories in this curriculum. Why would we focus on only on racial discrimination It seems like there might be an agenda behind this. Let's leave the agendas to our politicians and allow our educators to focus on our students' education, teaching them how to think and not what to think. I ask that the board and district leadership to please find a curriculum that focuses on mathematics and leaves the social issues out. On another issue, I know that this is a new phenomenon to have so many people in the boardroom, and yet there are people who are being turned away from the meetings, and yet right around the corner is a large taxpayer-funded atrium that could seat overflow individuals. So I would ask that you allow constituents who are incredibly interested in what is happening with their children and family members to use that overflow area. And if a few bad actors are saying inappropriate things, that those be handled on an individual basis. But please open that up and allow your constituents to participate in this process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Eden Rodriguez.
Hi, I'm Eden Rodriguez. I had a son in District 20 that I moved out. I just didn't feel like he was going to, just the values weren't there. I'm in support of what the board is doing mostly. As far as the racial stuff goes, we're people of color. My children are different shades of color, and I raised them when I brought them up and taught them about race and like all the atrocities that has happened to our people. We have been through just as much as a lot of people like coming here from Asia who don't speak the language. If they're able to do these amazing things and get into MIT at these like amazing rates, then so can you. I don't think our color has anything to do with it. I don't think our language that we speak has anything to do with it. So they are just as smart as any kid around them. And I don't think that giving them excuses, like I think that bringing up like, oh, look, you know, you're, you know, this poor kid, you know, who has to go through so much, just saying that over and over to them, I think will just stifle their growth. And I mean, I see great results with how I've raised them. I wouldn't want the school to come in and say, no, you're a minority and you have it harder than everyone else. And, you know, you have an excuse if you don't get these straight A's, it's okay. No, like I expect straight A's and I am proud of who I raised. Anyhow, just wanted to say thank you for all that you guys are doing. Also, there's a library thing. I don't know if this is the place for it. I don't like some of the books that I've seen there. I just don't want my kids reading them. That's a personal thing. But I feel like everyone should have, you know, their right to view whatever books they want. Maybe in the baby section, I don't know, but I think they should stay, is what I'm saying. I don't see any Tuttle Twins or Libertarian or any other conservative books there. So I would like to see that change, but that's all I had to say, really. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Zukas.
So I'm Catherine Chukas. I'm a parent of children who attend D20 schools. Actually, they attend Eagleview Middle School. I'm a resident of the district. I spoke 2 weeks ago and some people reminded me that I forgot to say something. And so I wanted to let everyone know that there's a new species of animals causing havoc on my side of town and interrupting bus traffic, and that is 21 wild turkeys. When these turkeys assemble in a group, it's called a rafter. And a rafter is a good name for it because when I spotted them, they were on the rafters on the roof of my next door neighbor's house. My kids weren't that impressed by it because they told me that their bus driver had to stop and honk to get those turkeys off the road a few days prior. The turkeys seem to be on the move between Pinecliff and the Air Force Academy, and I'm the last to know about it. So 2 weeks ago, I also expressed that I'm very much against the amendment to EL 2.1, the treatment of students, to add number 11. I'm not sure I've heard a good reason for writing a statement other than a vague statement about parents. I don't know if that's the best word to use to call a collection of people.
Personally, to me, parents is probably not a useful term, and I'd like the board to think about being specific when it prioritizes the input of adults. There are over 20,000 students in the public schools in D20. That means there's probably around 20,000 parents or guardians who are daily thinking about these D20 public schools. Maybe it's more like 30,000 parents. I'm not going to do the math, and I'm not going to go to Infinite Campus and look that up. But they most likely walked or drove their kid to a D20 school or bus today and picked them up. In my opinion, writing policy with the input from adults should prioritize these parents. What do these 20,000 parents need to keep their kids healthy and safe in a public school building? Parents of public school children today should be the first priority, not the people who are property owners or developers in the district boundaries, not the people who live somewhere in Woodland Park or Monument, and not the small amount of adults who voted last November. Just because I have a problem with turkeys on my block and on my bus route, I'm not asking for a board member to draft a policy about birds. I'm just one parent, so no matter how much I squawk like a turkey, it doesn't matter that way. But in this particular district, policies are written so that the board sets them to monitor the performance of the board's one employee, the superintendent. And alas, as was mentioned in the last meeting, adding number 11 is going to create a lot of work for the superintendent and his team to figure out how to implement, and it's probably going to be stressful. And alas, I don't know by adding a criteria that you put on an employee could put them on a performance improvement plan. Again, I don't know the terms in K through 12 education, but in other large employers, that's what HR calls it. The managers don't like how the employee is performing. They put the person on a PIP. Then they clearly communicate to the employee that they're on a PIP. And then it gets stressful on the managers to watch and stressful on the employee too. And does this room of people, the people behind the dais there, do you need that stress? I don't think the majority of parents of public school students today ask board members to sponsor number 11. And we don't also need this stress. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Mike Mullenix.
Yeah, thanks for allowing me to speak. First of all, I want to say that I support the board. I support all of the board members, even those who I don't agree with on some issues. Being a school board member in these contentious times cannot be an easy task, so I applaud all of you for taking the time to run for these positions and serving on them. I commend the superintendent and all the hardworking teachers and principals and other staff who I know are doing the best they can in these, shall we say, interesting times. I have a friend who is a vice principal and former teacher in the Denver school system, and the stories about what he has to deal with on a daily basis make my jaw drop. I won't go into them. How he handles the stress and responsibilities is admirable. I have two children who went through D20 schools and got excellent educations. They are both flourishing because of it. They're a product of both a charter school, the Classical Academy, and Rampart and Pine Creek High Schools. The teachers and staff at both schools were professional and very supportive of my children and me as a parent, so I'll always be grateful for that. There were a few issues discussed in the last meeting that I'd like to give my view on. First is the issue of increased teacher compensation. I found that very interesting. I'm 100% in favor of increasing the compensation for teachers. The discussions made me wonder why the board couldn't just increase it. After a few days of fruitless internet searching, I asked my vice principal friend his assessment. He told me to search for an open letter to Colorado legislators from the superintendent of Eagle County Schools, Superintendent Qualman. Mr. Qualman said the key issue is at the state level. He said that the state legislature would need to come up with $2 billion minimum in order to make a significant impact on teacher pay. I'd encourage all here to read this letter. You can Google it and find it, and talk to your Colorado state representatives about this. And that's what I'm doing. From what I can see, any Colorado school board is basically playing whack-a-mole with funds. They have a finite bucket, and any increase in one important area, such as teacher compensation, means a decrease in another important area. Having said that, I'm curious about why D11 is able to offer better compensation for their teachers than D20. This seems to be the case. I think that's a good question, and I would respectfully suggest that the D20 board, with as much transparency as possible that they discuss this with the teachers. They discuss the D20 compensation strategy, how they compare to other districts, why there are disparities, and what they're doing to address them. The only other issue I'd like to comment on is the parental notification issue. I'm in favor of it because I believe parents have a right and responsibility to know about medical issues related to their children. I'm 100% in favor of parents and teachers and other appropriate teaching staff working together for what is in the best interest of the child. I understand there are exceptions, like when a parent is neglectful or worse, and those should be addressed properly. I also understand the concerns teachers have about being required to contact a parent for minor issues, such as a Band-Aid for a cut or a scrape, etc. I am confident and hopeful that situations like that can be accounted for and a suitable agreement can be found that addresses the concerns of all involved. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marcia DeJong.
Hello, my name is Marcia DeJong. I have been the lead registered nurse for Academy School District 20 Public Sector for the last 7 years. In my 10 years at the district, I have never once had a parent complain that their rights were violated through medical treatment administered to their child. As the lead nurse, I am the supervising medical voice for the delivery of health services in our district. We would like to start by saying to the community that the district medical team, including nurses, physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, psychologists, social workers, were not consulted in any matter in the safety, the need, the effect this policy change would have on the district. Most of us learned of this proposed change through a news report on TV. We are here today solely to advocate for our students and staff that will be directly impacted by this change. Our students, who collectively have roughly 58,788 health conditions in the public sector, 975 active care plans that we are working with, and an average of 9,562 health room visits per month, from Band-Aids, ice packs, headaches, as-needed medication, urgent interventions, including inhaler use, EpiPen, administration of insulin. While some may just need a few minutes to rest and recover from an episode of anxiety, most of the visits are not deemed emergency situations, but appropriate interventions provided to support students in staying in school. Some students need referrals to school counselors or other members of the mental team due to suicidal, homicidal ideations, or suspected abuse. All instances are related to in a way to support, or reacted to, in a way to support students safely, including physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Our role is to support and encourage a healthy environment for all our students and the school staff. That is an integral part of us being able to do that properly.
Our next speaker is Linda Townsend.
Good evening. My name is Linda Townsend. I'm a school nurse in District 20. I work at Liberty High School and at Prairie Hills Elementary. To continue with Mrs. DeJong's statement, we are also here today to advocate for our delegated staff members and colleagues, including office, classroom, health room, coaching, and special program staff. Our district currently employs the equivalent of 14 full-time nurses with a student enrollment of 23,330. Not including the Classical Academy or New Summit Charter Academy. This makes the nurse to student ratio 1 to 1,645. This statistic is not being shared to gain sympathy regarding this nurse's workload, but rather to illustrate how much the nursing staff relies on delegated staff members to address health-related concerns, to communicate those concerns to district nurses, and finally to intervene in our absence to ensure health and safety. We would argue that true safety is not simply the absence of life-threatening situations. As it's written now, the proposed policy change prevents staff members from responding timely to health concerns that could potentially lead to safety issues. Under the new policy, Classroom staff be permitted to determine whether or not a situation justifies a visit to the health room without a phone call to parents first. Once in the health room, how much more instruction time will students miss while waiting in line for an additional call to parents for authorization to treat minor physical, mental, or emotional ailments? For example, a drink of water for a sore throat or a bandage for a minor scrape that happened on the playground. In addition, and more specifically for our middle and high school students, will staff, under the new policy, now be perhaps reluctant or even afraid to listen to students voice concerns about their physical, mental, and emotional well-being? Sitting silently with a student who's having a rough day happens all the time. Lacks the empathy that generally comes naturally to staff and that we have been encouraged to use throughout our careers. By the numbers, having to obtain parental consent for every health room intervention provided this year so far would necessitate 55,653 phone calls to parents. Some parents are incredibly hard to get a hold of by phone, and there are many instances when the contact information in Infinite Campus is not up to date. Would the board be willing to provide funding for the additional staffing required to make 55,000 phone calls?
Our next speaker is Brooke Goodwin.
Hi, I'm also one of the school nurses, currently at Aspen Valley campus and also Woodman Roberts Elementary. I have 3 kiddos at DCC in the district, and we've lived here for over 20 plus years, and I'm a D20 graduate. So we're all about D20 in our family. But tonight I want to talk about the proposed change as well. And another concern we have as nurses is around the field trips. Nurses aren't on the field trips. We're not present. Whether it's a few hours to a local museum, week-long trips out of state, things like that, we have to delegate to other staff members. Without being allowed to have an opinion on the medical stability of children in their care, we're unsure how these staff members can be expected to intervene appropriately when necessary. Some trust from parents to staff members must remain in place, even for minor concerns. We feel communication between students and teachers will decline when students are no longer able to confide in the trusted adults surrounding them at school. In the absence of trusted adult relationships at school, where will these students who don't feel safe at home turn? While we acknowledge the values and parental rights of all families, we must acknowledge those students who are at risk due to unhealthy home situations, which unfortunately happens way more than any of us would like, or just too scared to talk to their parents. Our district has gone through great lengths in the last few years to combat our struggle with mental health and rising suicide rates in our region. And we feel that this proposed change to the policy will undermine this good work. It's our practice to communicate with all parents when their student is being treated for a significant illness or injury. We as medical team are concerned that the board will pass a blank check policy that does not represent the best interest of our staff and students. Pushing this general policy into existence is reckless, honestly uninformed, and unnecessary. Any parent who does not wish their child to be treated medically at the school only needs to state so in writing, and the nursing team would be happy to respect those guidelines from the parents and make the parents' wishes known to all the necessary staff members. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jody Fletcher.
Good evening, everyone. Jody Fletcher, parent and guardian of 3 LHS alums and a current 10th grader, as well as a teacher, administrator, former District 20 employee for the last 35 years. And I've had kids in this district since we were PCS here in 1999 and ever since. When hundreds of current and former ASD 20 students wrote letters and signed petitions about systemic racism and lack of equity in D20, the DEI task force was created. This group of committed individuals did stellar work, and now the recommendations have basically been tossed out. We recently received a survey about belonging, which does not meet the definition of equity or address the real issues our children who are othered face daily. DEI is not critical race theory. Critical race theory is not taught in K-12 schools. I've been an educator for 35 years. Social emotional learning is not a liberal conspiracy, and our kids desperately need to learn self-regulation and coping skills. They are killing themselves, and it is tragic. Our district hired an expensive firm that facilitated the DEI process, and obviously our task force members' time and our taxpayer dollars were wasted. As a D11 employee, I had to say goodbye to my superintendent last night. Very upsetting. While I often disagree philosophically with Mr. Gregory, he is not a bad person. Word now, you're going to fire him, ultimately costing us more valuable taxpayer dollars because there's no cause. You're going to have to buy him out. Then again, y'all had some dark money on your campaigns. So, like I said, I've taught in this district. Racism and other forms of discrimination are rampant in Dees 20, and I'm sorry, it's true. Not just because my kids are Black. I have a gay alum who was kicked off a softball team in high school because that just wasn't accepted. Okay. I talked to you a couple months ago about my nephew who was accused of being high at Liberty because he had bloodshot eyes by his teacher in front of the whole class, mortified and embarrassed. Kids are still teasing him about that. So I have filed a discrimination complaint form with the United States Department of Education Office, Civil Rights, and I'm anxiously looking forward to hearing from them. Discrimination in any form for any reason is intolerable. Well, my primary concerns in D20 right now revolve around discriminatory practices and protecting those who are othered. I am an educated taxpayer and here to hold you accountable, board. Trying to pass 2.1 regarding medical treatment, advice, and options is overreach for a non-issue, and ultimately, per your legal counsel, will cost our taxpayers more money. I'm fiscally conservative. 6 of 8 ain't great. Gonna throw that out there. Proud of the Liberty students yesterday for their protest. Enough is enough. Teacher burnout is real. Our teachers spend their own money and time on other people's children. Show some respect for what our teachers do and stop the assault on public education. Every child's entitled to faith. Do what's
Our next speaker is James Nagy.
Hi, good evening. Let's just like to thank each of the board members for all their time and their sacrifices that they make to be here every school board meeting. In 2021, there were elections across the country, and even though this was an off-year election for most states, there was a very high turnover of people voting, and one of the important factors were local school board elections across the country. After the 2021 elections, school boards were turned upside down across the country. Though elimination of mask mandates was a high priority for many, the agenda, the critical race theory agenda being pushed on schools all across the country was probably foremost in many parents' minds. I'd just like to say, first, I'm going to go off script here a minute. I have studied critical race theory for the last year, very in depth. I can tell you from looking at the social studies program being proposed by our folks in Denver that CRT is here, and anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. Parents are not confused about the agenda behind those promoting CRT, and they understand the Marxist origin behind critical race theory. Like Marxism, critical race theory tries to put each person into a category of either oppressed or oppressor. Like Marxism, critical race theory tries to promote animosity and division between so-called oppressors and oppressed. Like Marxism, critical race theory tries to radically revolutionize the government and all of society to combat the perceived struggles between the oppressors and the oppressed. Is there racism in the country? Of course. Is critical race theory trying to address that? No, critical race theory has another agenda. In 2021, the voters of El Paso County spoke loudly. Parents are opposed to critical race theory indoctrination in our schools. We ask the board to remain united in its opposition to CRT in whatever form it might take. Rather than selecting educational materials meant to create division and to create animosity between groups, we should be focusing on education that will prepare them for the future. I'd just like to close really quick by saying that I would like to commend each board member for their forbearance and respect toward others when they were attacked. You are amazing people, and you show more forbearance and respect toward others than I ever could, to be perfectly honest. Often there are baseless and unwarranted personal attacks made against some of you, and I really commend you for the way you handle it. Godspeed to you. I'm reminded of a quote by one of my favorite founding fathers, Thomas Paine. Reputation is what men and women think of us. Character is what God and the angels know of us. When we focus on our character, God will establish our reputations. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Nelson.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Nelson. I'm a spouse of a D20 employee. First of all, Superintendent Gregory, I want to commend you for your leadership over the past couple of years and your openness about your positions when it comes to masks and everything else. It takes a lot to stand up to people and to just stick to your ground, and I appreciate that. I'm here to voice my, I guess the best way is my support for the 6 of 8. KRDO came in last time y'all had a meeting, and they said that teachers were underpaid. Interesting. D20, just a quick internet search. D20 teachers make more money than an O3, than a firefighter, and a police officer. But do all 3 of those things have in common? They don't get their summers off. 2 out of the 3 of them don't get federal holidays off all the time. And all of them, one runs into fire, one runs towards bullets, and the other one gets deployed into zones that he or she may not come out of alive. I was talking to the superintendent earlier about a teacher of mine back 27 years ago. He was my psychology teacher. They had just introduced the block program. He looked at us and said, if any of you need to come in during my planning periods, and he only had 2, he didn't have 2 one day and then 1 the other day. They just had 2, one every other day, or 1 every day. Come see me about personal issues or anything. If you can't see me then, here's where I go with my wife to have coffee every night. If you can't see me then, here's my phone number. That's a teacher. That's somebody who doesn't sit there and say, I need 3 hours for planning every other day because it's too much to ask for me to teach another class or the same class that I'm teaching for an extra hour and a half. It's time for everybody to look up and say, hey, our students are falling behind in education. They're not prepared for what's coming out in the real world. It also reminds me of a protest that took place where students were protesting sexual assault. They actually made it into the school in front of the administrators, cussed them out, disrespected them, and then were told, oh yeah, it's okay, just go back to class, it's okay. In the real world, last time I checked, when I got in my boss's face, he looked at me and said, say one more word, you lost your job. What are we preparing our students for saying, okay, you can cuss at everybody, but go back to class?
Thank you. Time's up.
Our next speaker is Emily Vinn.
Good evening, board. Tonight I will not be giving further details about the dealings of Brad Miller of Miller Farmer Law, except for one question. Why is it that the Classical Academy is using Brad Miller's son's company, Tag Education, as a DoorDash company for substitute teachers? It seems interesting to monopolize on teachers' resignation crisis unless your sole purpose was to be a profiteer for the public education system via charter schools. Did TCA sign a conflict of interest in this convenient business partnership? So I'm here to ask the board to stop the divide and scatter tactic and focus on proactive medical treatment policies that could prevent actual tragedy in our district. For example, Narcan is now available to districts through the Colorado Department of Public Health. This medication is used to reverse an opioid overdose such as fentanyl. Currently, nurses would have to rely on the local police department to administer Narcan if a student were to be actively overdosing in a classroom. You could table 2.1 and focus on amending the current emergency care treatment policies to include staff training and accessibility to Narcan in the classroom, and the teachers would be covered under the Good Samaritan law. So rather than occupying your time creating ongoing fictional fear, you could be focused on productive policy that could save a child's life. You could inquire into what resources we would be needed to ensure that all teachers are trained in CPR. You could be asking why universal EpiPens are not available district-wide. These are medical policies that could save lives rather than planning for the next imaginary pandemic. So Mr. Salt, Mr. LaValle, and Mrs. Cons, why are you flooding the district with vague policies that waste the time, energy, and resources of D20? Is it to have reason to fire the superintendent because that's the next playbook action, correct? Insert eye roll, Mr. LaValle. Rather than creating innovative policies that are backed with true data, you are sowing discord with parental distrust of teachers and teaching materials. Your qualitative research is based on the agenda of your puppeteers and the pool of opinions with elite conservative social circles, as well as congregations such as Rhodes Church and Church for All Nations. It's not based on a D20 stakeholder board, although we have seen how that goes before. In the not so distant past, Mr. LaValle stacked the board with individuals who became YouTube famous for speaking out against the very policies they were seeking to input on to create meaningful impact for our students. But we know that 2.1 isn't about masks or vaccines or parental choice. This is about the promises you made to Steve Chuck, Phil Lane, Brad Miller, Heim Goldmans of Colorado Springs in exchange for your votes, your subsidized incomes, and your past YouTube ads. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Laura Matisik.
Mr. Salt, my friend Rob already explained to you how the policy governance work. I promise you we understand it. The way that the EL 2.1 policy change was introduced was intentionally confusing, contradictory, and vague. Your own legal counsel advised against it. Why don't you say the quiet part out loud? This policy is geared towards a temporary concern of masks and vaccines, but the policy itself wouldn't be temporary. This policy pushes for anti-DEI and anti-LGBTQIA policies and rhetoric. This policy leaves out special needs and medically fragile children without thought. Parental rights have always been intact in ASC 20, and insinuating that those rights are threatened or infringed upon shows your intention to continue manufacturing outrage and lies. You say you are pro-parent and pro-teacher, but your actions show that you are pro-propaganda and fear-mongering with non-existent issues. And for the millionth time, CRT is not taught in K through 12 schools. Just ask your legal counsel when she learned about CRT. I'll give you a hint, it was not before law school. Onto the subject of banning books in public schools and libraries. What you might find inappropriate, I might find appropriate for my child. Talk to your kids, see what they want to read. Have a family and an open dialogue about it with your children. I want my child and her worldview to be challenged. A quote I previously read here by Isaac Asimov says, "Any book worth banning is a book worth reading," end quote. It is no secret that those behind banning books are peddling a personal agenda and not keeping the best interests of all students in mind. Please remember, you are on a public school board, not a private or a charter one. Denying real history doesn't make us smarter. Denying white supremacy or that racism exists does not make us not racist. Denying the LGBT community of rights doesn't make us freer or safer. Representation in our curriculum matters. Diversity matters. Inclusion matters. Equity matters. Social and emotional and mental health matters. Without these principles at our core, we become uneducated, ignorant, bigoted, and harmful to our own community. Math scores don't matter if your students don't matter. Mr. LaValle, Mr. Salt, and Mrs. Cons, the oath that you all took to serve on this board is a promise and a guarantee that you made, not an option. And we will hold you to it. Mr. Temby and Mrs. Cloninger, thank you for your continued support of all families in this district. Please continue advocating and know we appreciate you. With the time that I have left, thank you, Mr. Gregory. While we have not always agreed on some of the decisions you've made, I do think your heart is in the right place and that you are good for our district. And as my friends have said prior to me, a recall will ensue if we see what's happening in D11 happen here. It will not go over well. And then Mr. Salt, my daughter, who attended New Summit Charter Academy, wanted me to beg of you to not do to D20 what you did at New Summit Charter Academy while you sat on that board. She is happier than she's ever been because DEI and social emotional learning is present at Encompass Heights and inclusion matters. And when a 9-year-old says, wait, is this the same guy that was on my school board? Please tell him this message.
Our next speaker is Raymond Troop.
I just want to say thank you for everyone of you school board members and Mr. Gregory. I know a couple years ago you sat down with me and had a face-to-face conversation, and it was really good, and I really appreciated that, even though the outcome wasn't the one I wanted. So anyways, thank you for what you do. So now I want to call your attention to some things, and you may know this is going on, and you may not know what's going on, but last December, I was having a conversation with Mr. Sturk at Mountain Ridge Middle School, and I found out that 4 girls were dressing in the boys' locker room with the boys. I don't know about you, but that's not appropriate, and that should never be happening in any school. And when I talked to Mr. Sturk about it, he said because of the transgender law, that if a kid declares that they're transgender, that they can do anything they want. Now, I'm not here to talk against transgenderism. What I am here to talk about is the safety of our children. You know, I not only talked to Mr. Sturk, but I've talked to a couple other administrators that have talked about, yes, it's true. And I talked to the superintendent of facilities, and I said, what are we doing about this? Are we creating a restroom for transgender people? I mean, that would be the logical solution in my mind. You know, even though personally I don't think a 12-year-old should be making those decisions for their body for the rest of their lives. And another thing about the law too is that in California, and it's the same law for here too, that if a kid wants to be a transgender, the school has to hold that information from the parents. That's not okay. Parents are always the final decision for their children, and no law should come in that way. And I would ask as leaders that we start to stand up against that, because the appropriateness is not okay. We saw in Virginia 2 girls get raped by a boy because he goes, I'm a transgender, and he goes into the locker room and rapes 2 girls, both at different schools. We saw at Fairview High School here in Colorado 4 or 5 years ago that 3 girls got raped. And I'm not saying because it's transgender. What I am wondering though is that because of those policies, it allows children that are undressing in front of each other to experiment with one another. And regrets are happening. You know, our children are not safe. And we need to make sure that they're safe. And no matter what lawyer says, what the governor says, or whoever says that we have to allow this, it's not okay. Because I'll tell you this, tempting boys with girls in the same room that are naked, I think every one of us can say that's a bad situation, one that should never happen. And it's happening in our district. And I'm sad.
Sir, your time's up.
Our next speaker is Jahara Matisik, and I believe it says that somebody will be reading his statement for him.
Hello, I'm reading this statement for a parent that cannot be here tonight. I am unable to be here tonight due to work as an active duty service member and working on assuring our NATO allies in Eastern Europe. I want my friend to read these comments and remind this elected school board that attempting to ban books and preaching anti-DEI rhetoric is a right-wing fanatical approach to ignoring our history and past errors. You are on a public school board and should be nonpartisan to serve all families in this district. You must address real issues to teach retention and morale. You need to ensure a positive and inclusive learning environment for all students. Excluding children that don't fit your box of extreme ideologies needs to stop. You can say the quiet parts out loud. You don't want real history taught because perhaps your children would read their family's racist past that maybe hasn't changed much even today. You don't want to respect and include the LGBTQ+ community because your worst fear is admitting that you may have a gay or trans loved one that you refuse to accept. That's a you problem that should never enter school board discussions. The law has outlined that all people and children deserve to have their civil liberties respected. As an active duty service member, that's what I fight for. If anyone, especially those in marginalized communities, feel threatened, attacked, or hated, please know that we will stand with you and support you. Your voices matter and deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christy Simpson.
Hello. I am thankful for the dedication of each of you 5 school board members and Mr. Gregory. There are a lot of simpler ways that you could choose to volunteer and support our community, but you choose to be here in this hard place in a historically divisive time in our country. And I thank you for your hours of work and your obvious concern and care. And you obviously highly value District 20 students and teachers and parents. I am thankful for the dedicated teachers in this community. It's clear that a large majority of teachers spend many extra hours going above and beyond to not only help their students, but encourage them to thrive. However, I was saddened to hear from a D20 teacher that said that she felt even though that 70% of her school's staff were conservative, she feels that they are afraid to speak up and voice their opinions because of the loud, bullying, liberal voices of small minority who are choosing a self-serving agenda over what is best for the students. And that saddened me. I'm extremely concerned about the core curriculum Mid-South Math that is scheduled to be voted on tonight. At the end of every chapter of this math book, there is a math perspective section with a full biography of a teenager. Some of the questions at the end of the biographies are, what positive action could you take to address racism in your community? Have you ever felt social barriers? What is your truth? This portion of every single chapter, at the end of every single chapter, is deliberately pushing a cultural agenda. These questions are intended for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math students during a math class. Why are they here at all in this textbook? This curriculum is diluting the effectiveness of math instruction. The tainted Mid-South biographies reduce the time spent on actual math instruction. I'm confident that we already have many superior middle school math textbooks that teach actual math. Please vote no to the Mid-South math curriculum. I also want to encourage you, I'm in full support of the language revision of EL 2.1 treatment of students. It's very clear, and I understand that the board's job is to write the board policy, broad and wide. It was explained to us 2 weeks ago for all of those that were able to stay after the public comment. And that the superintendent and administration's job is to develop specifics of how this policy will be implemented in our schools. There have been a lot of fearful medical scenarios talked about here and in prior public comments, but the truth is that they are all conjecture. This is a broadly written policy. It has not been implemented. It has not been detailed out about what how it's going to affect the schools. Finally, I'm thankful that our school board believes that parents know what is best for their own children's education and physical and emotional and mental health. Thank you, school board members, for respecting parents and acknowledging that parents are the best advocates for our children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Melissa Ellenberger.
Hi, I'm a middle school band director, and I don't know if you know this, but I do a lot before and after school. My typical day begins at 6:30 in the morning with a before school jazz ensemble and ends an hour after dismissal so that my students can receive band after school help that we call BASH. Your directors in the middle school area in this district also encourage students to audition for honor bands. When a student earns a spot in an honor band, it's great. Except it means for every honor band they make, that's an additional 18 hours worth of unpaid work that I have. The issue I bring before you is that what I do isn't the exception. Every single one of us are doing the same thing, putting in additional work and time. I'm here to ask you to pay us for that time at an amount that's equal to other after-school activities. For example, Interscholastic middle school coaches receive a stipend of over $3,000 per sport, or between $33 to $64 an hour for their time. Of course, this compensation is warranted. We need sports. When I looked at the hours that the jazz band takes from my family this year, and I multiplied it by what a coach receives, my stipend should be the same as an interscholastic coach. But what I receive is $841 or $16 an hour. When it comes to concerts, band directors do lots of wonderful ones, and I typically spend about 41 hours extra. Multiplied by a coach's hourly rate, I should get between $1,300 and $2,600. I get $841 or $20 an hour. For BASH and honor bands, at this point, I'm not paid anything. Between the two, I put in an additional 160 hours of time. And that's over and above what I do writing music for my students and my regular duties. This is on top of it. And we didn't have band last year in the middle school level, so BASH is even more important. There's some things that come up, like Mr. Salt, you came to the Timberview Choice Night. You only saw 10% of the Timberview band. We have 215 students in that band. Every day after school, my room is filled with students that are doing their Liberty auditions, practicing for honor band, and volunteering for those types of things, and I'm not getting paid for it. The other thing I would like the board and our administration to think about is to go back to a salary schedule. I'm a military spouse. Every time my husband, he retired a while ago, but every time my husband received orders for a new duty station, that meant my teaching career took a hiccup. I left retirement in another state. I had to get relicensed. I became a new teacher. I had to go through orientation, and my salary came on down pretty low. I was excited when D20 said, yes, we're going to pay you for 16 years. Except I'm not paid the same as someone who's been in D20. I'm sorry, did I say D11? D20. D20 has been here for.
And I'm sorry, you're out of time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marlene Wells. I'm sorry, Marlon Wells. Marlon Wells.
Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words. I'm Marlon Wells, and I've lived in District 20 for 22 years. My wife and I blended a family of 5 children, of which all graduated from Rampart High School. As parents guiding our teens toward adulthood, it was invigorating, challenging, and tumultuous at times. And to this day, we are extremely grateful for the superb support of Rampart's educators and staff during that decade of our family's lives. Key to that was the respect and priority D20 maintained in stressing the importance of parental involvement in every aspect of our teens' overall life and education. We felt we were never left in the dark as to what was going on at the school level with our high schoolers. And although I'm in favor of VL 2.1, I also deeply respect Board Member Salt and Board Member Cloninger, as you discussed last meeting and decided to table it for a bit and bring more discussion to the table on this. And so I thought that was very honorable the way you two communicated with each other. So thank you for that. Secondly, on a different topic, and this is probably way beyond your volunteer pay grade being here. Although I'm not a teacher, I've heard teacher salaries are well below par to sustain a reasonable lifestyle. My hope is you will keep in front of our legislatures, if you can, the information I saw last week that in 2019, $2.1 billion was spent in Colorado in marijuana sales. In 2020, that was surpassed to $2.3 billion. This is my request. Please fight for more of that marijuana taxation to pay our teachers a worthy salary. Thank you, and God bless your leadership.
Our next speaker is Bobby Wells.
Hi, that's my other half. So his story is sort of my story. I come to you tonight as a grandmother. We no longer, as Marlon explained, have kids at D20, but we did graduate 5. The last one graduated in 2012. So it's been 10 years, but we have a very high interest in D20. I have lived here for over 40 years, came here with the Air Force and decided to retire. And though I was stationed at Peterson, I had the opportunity to move us into D20, and because it was a school of excellence, I felt like that's where I really wanted to be, even though my commute and my time at Peterson was extended because of living in this district, but this district has always been impressive to me. As a mom, back in the day, I was a very involved parent. I was involved in the PTA. I was a sports mom. I was involved in the DECA program. I was involved in the drama club program. So I've always been very involved, and I absolutely believe that parents need rights in regards to their children and their children's involvement in school. So I appreciate that we're taking a look at the revision of EL 2.1. I think that the cooperation and collaboration between the triad of student, parent, and teacher is critical. We have to have that, and we have to have access to it. I had one child who was on an IEP, had some medical issues. I was able to share with the teachers with him present. They were able to share with me. We were able to discuss together what was the best outcome for him. So I believe that is critical, and I would I do just appreciate that we're taking a look at that parents' rights policy. I'm sort of in shock and awe that we have to look at a policy like that. Back in the day, 10 years ago, I mean, it was just sort of assumed parents had rights. I don't know why that has become such a thing in today's world. I also wanted to say that I am also against that Mid-Southern math because our class time is so limited. I have my degree in biochemistry. I have a strong math background. I can understand that 1 hour or 2 hours of math that a kid gets is so important. We can't be discussing other things. I would like us to stay with the academic subject at hand. When it's a math class, let's teach math. When it's history, let's teach history. Let's leave those discussions for another time and place within the school curriculum. So that's all I have to say. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to speak before you this evening.
Our next speaker is Edward Waldrop.
Hello, my name is Dr. Eddie Waldrop. Comments I have here today are my own, not reflective of any other institution. I come with concerns I have about the social emotional learning. This is something I started to see a little bit as a licensed clinical psychologist. I'm not sure exactly what this was doing in schools in the first place. Really, because if you don't know what you're doing with psychology, you could actually cause more harm than could be unintended. That's actually this book I have. Good for all the parents, teachers, anyone around. It's The Coddling of the American Mind. It's by Greg Lukianoff, Jonathan Haidt, a psychologist. And part of the concern is that if you don't know exactly what you're doing with it, you could actually cause unintended harm. And so if you start to ask kids about their social emotional learning and you start tinkering around with how they're starting to cope, most kids are going to develop just fine social and emotional learning. They're going to learn adequate emotion regulation skills. And if you start to intervene with those things, I'm sorry if it's not coming down loud enough, then you could actually have unintended harm with that. We've seen this in other aspects. I specialize in trauma and PTSD. There's a program called Critical Incident Stress Debriefing that they actually employed for first responders. The idea is you bring people in after an incident, they talk about the things that they've experienced, and the thought was that would confer some benefit for them so they would have less likely to develop PTSD. It was actually associated with worse outcomes. Because now people that were doing fine initially would say, well, this other guy, I thought he was pretty tough guy, or this other, female firefighter was doing pretty well and she's really struggling. Maybe I'm not doing as well as I thought it was. And so you have this social comparison that start to come in and can actually have these unintended harmful effects. Part of what I've also heard too is that the social emotional learning is being used as a gateway to start to access critical race theory. I've heard people talk about it. People have a lot of opinions about it. Some things are more extreme than others. But I wasn't quite sure about this, so I started looking for it myself. I kind of reached out to Miss Lang, who actually runs the social emotional learning. She sent me some of the materials that are used here. And some of the stuff is actually surprising. I started going through it. Much more of the things that they focus on in the social emotional learning was actually focused on emotions and not what leads to emotions. So you think if you want to help someone learn kind of coping skills, you want to learn what's actually driving those emotions in the first place so you can manage them more effectively. If you just focus on the emotions themselves, it's kind of like the tail wagging the dog, so to speak. But when I started looking at the materials, it's actually introduced in the elementary schools as far as the social justice elements. And so I was like, well, what does this actually look like? So I actually went to the resources that were printed on there, who's providing these materials, and those things are indicative of critical race theory. So I know a lot of people say it's not being taught because it's not a course title, but we see these things being implemented. And it does have a devices element to that. And that, of course, that's concerning. I guess my time is almost up, but thank you, and I'll try to come back and talk another time.
Our next speaker is Sharon Begin.
Good evening, board. My name is Kathleen Troca. I've got 3 students in Discovery Canyon, and we've lived in the district for about 30 years.
Hold on. Are we?
Oh,
Well,
and I,
you're scheduled to speak, and that's fine.
Yeah, so the speaker on here is Sharon Begin, and that's all it says.
If she's not here, she's not able to speak. But you're signed up, and you can speak in a couple. Actually, you're next up. So if Sharon is not here.
actually, we're going to divide this email that she sent me by 2 people. I'll read half of it, and then.
Well, if the other person's not signed up,
They are signed up.
Okay,
as
that's
well.
fine. That's fine.
Would that work? So it'll be cohesive.
So I guess now it's Kathleen Troca is speaking.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Very good. Thank you.
Set? Okay. I'm writing in regards to the recent suggested policy change to EL 2.1. I'm a nurse practitioner in the community, and I work as a nurse practitioner in school here in D20. I'm also a mother to a special needs infant who will be impacted significantly by the services offered in D20 starting in 2024. This suggested policy change caused great concerns not only to me as a medical professional, but also as a medical professional in a school and a mom of a future D20 student. I do not believe under any circumstances the board should be implementing policies like this without first consulting with medical professionals in our community from a variety of settings, ER providers, pediatricians, mental health providers, etc. To do so would put the students in our community at significant risk of injury and possibly death, and would also limit the access to education that many of our students receive because staff would not be allowed to discuss medical issues with students. The state of Colorado is very specific about what nurses can and cannot do in the schools, and every school nurse is specifically licensed and trained by the CDE to work in a school setting. To not rely on these nurses for advice would be highly detrimental to D20 students, not to mention the danger you're putting the students in by ignoring your own legal counsel. Anyone that would suggest a policy like this is ignorant to what goes on in a school setting that would be considered a quote-unquote medical issue, and how this policy would impact children across the spectrum in our district. I have been a nurse for over 18 years with 4+ years of experience working in an inner city level 1 trauma center and going on 4 years working in a school, so I feel I'm very qualified to give you examples of how this policy will impact the schools. Let me give you some examples of things that would be no longer allowed in a school setting if this policy were to be put in place. But first, let me define an emergency. An emergency is an urgent, sudden, and serious event or an unforeseen change in circumstances that necessitates immediate action to remedy harm or avert imminent danger to life, health, or property. If a policy like this is implemented, the staff could no longer do the following. Treat nosebleeds. These don't fall under the definition of emergency because, for the most part, they are self-restricting without any negative sequelae. Therefore, no one would be able to advise the student to hold pressure on their nose or help the student in any way. And they could not help a student clean up because to do so safely would involve using universal precautions, and to talk about this with the student would be medical advice. Superficial injuries, skin knees, skin heads, bruises, other minor injuries, no more Band-Aids or ice could be provided, no cleaning out of wounds, no TLC, because after all, you're going to be okay would be medical advice. Fevers, these don't fall under the definition of emergency unless they're having a seizure or they're unconscious. And even then, it's self-limiting and not a true emergency. No one would be allowed to take a child's temperature, and they could and let that child rest or lay down while waiting for a parent to pick them up.
Time is up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tiana McCormick.
Hi, board. Thank you. I'm just going to continue with that email from one of our nurses. So delegation, typically non-medical staff is delegated and trained by licensed nurses to give life-saving medication. No longer would a nurse be able to delegate because that would require a staff member to provide care for non-emergent situations. Therefore, they would not be allowed to help students use an inhaler or give medication for an allergic reaction until it becomes a life-threatening emergency. ADHD, autism, depression, anxiety, no longer would staff be able to administer medication during the day for these things, since that would be considered medical advice. No longer could a staff member suggest a child have a snack to re-regulate their behavior. No longer could they help a student learn how to swallow a pill, even after the parents have provided this medication and their permission to administer it. Believe me, in schools, we do have to teach children how to swallow pills. Chronic disease management. Again, this is typically done by non-medical staff who are delegated by nurses, i.e. no longer could staff discuss blood sugar with a child who has diabetes unless it becomes life-threatening. No longer could a staff member help a child with leg braces, apply those braces, or discuss with the child if they are having any physical discomfort from them and relay that information to parents. Migraines could no longer, sorry. These are not in order. I'm going to just skip that part. Teachers could no longer send children to the health room because that would be advising them to seek medical care. Not to mention, you wouldn't have anyone in a health room because they are staffed by non-medical staff that could no longer give medical advice, hand out medications, or provide any first aid for non-life-threatening conditions. Questions to students about their hearing or vision could no longer be asked by teachers. Can you see the screen? Can I help you change the batteries in your hearing aid? Do you have your glasses with you today? Difficulty with vision and hearing are considered medication issues, therefore we would no longer be able to address those with students in school. What would happen to our vision and hearing screening at school, which has significantly helped many students with these difficulties? Right now, a parent can opt out of these screenings. Opting in or eliminating these screenings would significantly limit the number of problems found and limit many students' access to education. Something else to take into consideration is that many RNs would not want to work in a district that has a policy like this. Therefore, your already strained D20 Health team would become even more strained. Without nurses, you must consider these questions. Who is even going to determine if something is an emergency or not? It's illegal for a non-medical provider to do this. We have manuals that they all read and follow in the event an RN is not in the building. This is delegated by RNs. Who will delegate medical care if that is even allowed under this policy? Who will educate staff on first aid, CPR, use of a defibrillator, universal precautions, or other things that keep our students healthy and safe in school? And I'm not going to have enough time, and I just really want to make a statement to you, the board. There is not one single true transgender child who is raping girls in bathrooms, okay? Predator.
Time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernadette Guthrie.
I'm not wearing the hat, but I brought it up. In honor of Dr. Seuss Week in some of our schools, I'm here to read a piece written by Tim Hoffman, who is a D20 parent and a talented artist. Maybe you've seen some of his work. Well, hello there, board. Today is your day to sit down and meet and to greet and to say all the things that you will, all the things you believe, all the things that have given me reason to grieve. Take books, for example. I hear there's a plan that's been hatched, or perhaps it's in hand. A plan with demands from a salty old man to take books he finds ill and establish a ban. That man is a fool, and fools make dumb rules. Books are great tools, keep them in all our schools. The next silly thing the silly board wants to voice is pretending that parents do not have a choice to enter the classrooms or talk to the teachers or voice their concerns, even be overreachers. The problem is not real. Shh, this board isn't either. So let's pause for a second and just all take a breather. Up next is a problem we'll see through and through. It's the way that you talk about LGBTQ. Your hate-filled rhetoric is hurtful, that's true. And all I can say is shame on each one of you. So be better humans from here on today, because you're impacting lives with the words that you say. DRT is not taught, that's a dead fight, it's true. But let's chat about the past of the red, white, and blue. The history of our country is harsh, it is bad. It is full of division, power plays, it's quite sad. But that doesn't mean that we just shouldn't teach it. In fact, we should yell it and scream it and preach it. Because if we stay silent, come on, we won't beat it. The truth is instead, we'll be doomed to repeat it. And finally, dear board, let us lift up these teachers. They're one of a kind, almost mythical creatures. Committed to building up your kids and mine, they do it for love. They're not out here to shine. So instead of reducing their time left to plan, we should prop them all up, do whatever we can to support them and love them and make sure that they know that without them, our kids won't continue to grow. Now, in closing, dear board, so you can see clearer, pretend I am standing here holding up a mirror. Take a deep look inside it, a real nice long stare, and let's see what needs changed to show that you care.
Our next speaker is Lisa Underwood.
I got to do this fast. My name is Lisa Underwood. I live in D20. My youngest is a junior in the district, and I work in one of the elementary schools. My desire to say anything here stems from thoughts my son shared with us. My son has had many issues with paraprofessional assignments this school year. The IEP requires a full-time para, and he's had this type of support since elementary school. On this first day of this school year, he did not have a para. The one he was finally assigned, she was reassigned to another school after 2 months. They finally had one for him at the start of the spring semester, but she quit after 3 weeks. My son says he feels betrayed and no longer trusts the school due to the change of paraprofessional support throughout the school year. He expressed strong feelings of frustrations and not being valued by the school nor the district. My son has a progressive neuromuscular disease called Duchenne muscular dystrophy. His mind is sharp, but his body fails him through loss of muscle function that cannot be cured. So mentally, he can handle mainstream education. Physically, he needs help to navigate access to that education. Beyond staff shortages, I also hear that para support is based on some formula of numbers which do not consider the depth of the individual needs of each student and what is necessary to ensure the health, safety, and education of the student as well as the rest of the school. Because of some arbitrary formula, my son did not have a para at the beginning of school. As a result, my son was trapped in a handicap accessible bathroom, which did not have a handicap button, which by default should be in your schools. Well, the necessity wasn't there for him over the past years because he has always had access to a paraprofessional. But on this occasion, he had to significantly strain to work his way into the bathroom, but then he couldn't reach the equipment he needed to use.
He tried getting out of the bathroom, but his upper body is too weak to open the door. He used his smartphone to call and email people to ask for assistance. He was trapped in the bathroom for over 20 minutes. Let me say that again. He was trapped in the bathroom for over 20 minutes. No one knew where he was, and no one noticed. This is negligence at its core, negligence that caused my son a great deal of distress and discomfort. Your calculating formulas for para support need to be reviewed and revised. For his IEP last January, someone at the district level removed the number of hours of paraprofessional support. This is the only thing that holds in concrete and measurable IEP goals for my son. Since the district level support.
Thank you. Sorry, your time is up.
Our next speaker is Leah Huxtable.
Hi, I'm Leah. I'm a D20 parent with 2 kids at Rampart High School, and we've been in the district for their entire education. First of all, I wanted to say thank you to the board for all of their time and effort, and we really appreciate what you're doing and what you're putting up with, and we're proud of you. I'm speaking today to urge you to vote no on the proposed math curriculum by Mid-South Math. I wanted you to know that the parents are paying attention and that we do not want this subjective, non-academic curriculum in our schools. I'm sure you are all aware that according to the CDE website, only 39% of D20 kids met expectations for math on the CMAS test. This is not okay. We need a curriculum that focuses on math. I will now read some of the discussion questions found in the math curriculum, which have already been stated. How do you address racism? What is your truth? Have you felt societal barriers in your life? And so on. There are discussion questions after every chapter, which has been said. Does this sound like math to you? Is this what our district defines as math? This curriculum is wasting time that could be spent on math instruction. We do not have a minute to spare, especially after the COVID experience. Please vote no on this curriculum and try to find a math curriculum that focuses on math. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Derek Wilburn.
Good evening, board. Good evening, superintendent. I am a District 20 parent. I attended last board meeting, and I was appalled and infuriated by some of the things that I heard, which have been echoed here tonight. People using this podium to intimidate, bully, and just 4 months after an election, threaten newly elected members with recalls. Members Cons, Salt, LaValle. In November, voters in District 20 said, we're buying what you're selling. We handed down a massively decisive victory. During last year's campaign, you didn't hide who you are. You made it perfectly clear who you are, what you believe, and how you would vote if elected. And we, the voters of District 20, showed up and avalanched that election. 10 people on the ballot, you 3 garnered over 53% of all votes cast. That is a mandate. Not a landslide, an avalanche. We're behind you. We're behind you 100%. And to those talking recall, I would just like to say this, bring them on. Bring them on, because we will show up and bury that election, that recall election, even more so than we buried the election in November, and put another nail in that coffin. This is our building. This is our board. These are our schools. They are our children. We pay all the bills, including salaries. The parents of District 20, through our elected representatives, call the shots. And the parents around the United States of America are a giant that is no longer asleep. So if you want to recall or attempt to recall our board members, don't sing it, bring it, and we'll see how that works out. I'd like to close by saying this. If a young girl or any girl gets raped, who cares whether the rapist identified as transgender or not? That child is traumatized for life. Who the perp is makes no difference at all. We need to worry about her, not him. Thank you for your volunteer service, board. I appreciate every single one of you, including you, Heather. I know you're very dedicated.
Next is Jennifer Bergstrom.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Bergstrom. I'd like to also thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a District 20 parent, and I am also a former D20 graduate from many, many, many years ago. I'm here to voice my opposition to the proposed addition to EL 2.1 regarding medical care, medical advice, and medical opinion. I am deeply concerned about the potential negative ramifications this vague policy might have on students, educators, and all of District 20. I've been a D20 parent on and off for many, many years. One of the things that I've seen outside of COVID is that normally things don't happen quickly. And for the most part, this is good. Normally we see things like a committee is formed. We get a clear definition of what the issue or concern is. People bring data forward so that we can see it. Stakeholders are addressed and given an opportunity to let their feedback be known. The committee comes up with a definition of what their intended outcome is going to be and how we're going to measure that intended outcome. I'm not seeing any of that with this proposed change to EL 2.1, and I want to know why. This seems to be really foggy. It's not transparent. The fact that it's being rushed through is highly concerning. Mr. Salt, at the previous board meeting, I'm not going to quote you, don't worry, but you referenced things along the lines that it's the board's job to pass vague policy and that it goes through board governance to be worked out. And then you also referenced that a lot of us don't know how it works. And I'm here to say, yes, you're right. A lot of us don't know how this works. I don't know how this works. As a parent, please educate me. Please make this transparent. Please make a public post or something about the steps that you plan to follow versus, hey, we had a couple of discussions, now we're going to rush it through to a vote. Please ensure that you're speaking to your stakeholders, especially the ones in schools that we've heard from. It's a huge concern. I've heard that this policy is intended to be a guardrail, but we already have administrators who will speak to their staff if they're giving out misinformation. This policy is misguided. I'm very concerned, and I'm urging you to please not move forward with EL 2.1. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erin Stevens.
Here's the thing about so many of us who are speaking so passionately about supporting teachers, caring for all students, diversity, equity, inclusion, worrying about book bans, speaking up about dark money in school board elections, and worried about this manufactured parent choice issue. We are a diverse group of community members from all races, religions, and backgrounds. We do not all subscribe to one political ideology. We aren't all leftists or liberals, and we certainly didn't meet through any partisan groups. We are a group of parents, teachers, and students who are concerned about moving backwards and not forwards. Another speaker from tonight sent their kids to a charter school in D20. They chose to send their kids to a school that more aligned with their beliefs and where they had more of a say. This person who spoke tonight also put out a call to others on social media about coming to speak. I support anyone speaking at these meetings, no matter their views. What I have a problem with is that he framed it as such. I, for one, have had enough. This small but vocal troop of tantrum throwers must be dealt with. He then continued, I'm going to be so bold as to deliver a paint-peeling shot through the heart of those who are standing against our board. Later, he went on to say, I'm going to bring the straight fire Southern Baptist stuff, and if they don't like it, tough. He concludes with, there are schools, there are kids, we pay all the bills and salaries. Yet somehow these progressives seem to feel like they have a right to dictate what goes into our children's minds and that we don't have a right to know. Let's unpack this a bit. As I mentioned before, we come here with no preconceived agenda. Many of us have neurodivergent kids, kids who are a part of the LGBTQ community, kids who are in a huge minority amongst their peers, kids who have social emotional needs which don't end when they get to school. Some of our kids want to be doctors and they need to know how the body works. Some want to be lawyers and they need to know how to debate a controversial issue. And some want to work in the auto industry and they need money put towards those programs. You say we're standing against our board. That's right. They are our board too. We have a right to stand up for things we deem are not okay. We can call out the conservative playbook being used as it is not representative of our vast array of students and cultures. They're our kids and our schools too. We also have a right to care. The fact that you think you don't have a right to know what goes on in your kids' schools is outrageous and flat out incorrect. Emails get sent home weekly. Schoology is updated daily. You have your kids' teachers' email addresses. There are conferences. Oftentimes you are able to opt out of controversial subjects, and you can ask your kids what they're learning. What you mean is that you don't have a say in what they are taught, and that is correct. You cannot dictate what is or is not taught in a public school. There are laws and standards designed to do just that. Teachers go to school to learn how to teach what they are given. Please let them do it without whining to social media. If you want more of a choice, choose one of the many charter schools we have in this city. There are 2 in our district. There are also private schools designed to keep what you deem as propaganda out of the classroom. You have choices. What you cannot do is turn your beliefs into the only choices for anyone else. You don't speak for me, and you certainly don't speak for my kids.
Our next speaker is Annette Veronis. Not here? Okay. We will move on to Stacy Cowell. Do we have a Stacy Cowell? Oh, sorry, Stacy.
Good evening. Thank you for serving our community. My name is Stacy Cowell, and I'm a parent and previous educator with continuing concerns over the medical policy that's currently sitting in the wings. Concerning EL 2.1, I want to ask for 3 things. 1, time. Please don't rush this vague policy through without fully exploring the potential effects on our teachers, students, and families. Some may not understand what the big deal is with the wording. However, there has been extensive concerns already expressed that need to be addressed. Intentionality takes time. Allow more voices that can round out the conversation. Ask thoughtful questions. Consider varying points of view on this issue. 2, trust. We speak of the incredible teachers and staff we have in our district, yet we undermine these very same professionals and their accreditations and their experiences when we increasingly micromanage how they do their jobs. I have 2 active boys. I don't want them to have to wait for me to approve medical care in order for their teacher to give them a Band-Aid when they skin their knee or cut their finger or need to treat a nosebleed. Teachers also help avoid emergencies with their watchful eyes. I'm deeply grateful my kids are in the care of knowledgeable and loving staff. I do not feel that our teachers are currently taking away my medical rights as a parent and therefore shouldn't need to sign a waiver. We are on the same team. Number 3, transparency. If teachers are coming out of their supposed lanes and harming our children with their advice, opinions, and medical care, please give specific examples. I want to know because that has not been my experience. A concern about children being vaccinated without a parent's consent was expressed at the last meeting. If this is the crux of the matter, then allow the policy to specifically say that teachers and staff cannot vaccinate children without the consent of parents, because it's not happening. I don't think anyone would disagree with this. However, I believe there is more to it. Be transparent with specific examples that are happening in D20 schools. Thank you for your willingness to table the vote at the last board meeting Initially, there seemed to be a strong push to move the policy forward due to the voices of a select group of parents who consulted with certain board members. As I have listened to a couple of different board meetings now since the new year, I have been struck with the expectation voiced by these parents as they remind you that you were voted in by them and for them. It's my understanding that you're here for all parents, staff, and most importantly, the children of D20. Your willingness to table the vote at the last meeting communicated that you are open to listening to all of us. Please keep this stance. I encourage you to not just be a voice for a select group of parents, but be willing to use the filters of time, trust, and transparency as you consider this medical policy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jim Robertson.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Gregory. I'm a parent of a D20, former D20 student. I still live in D20. We came away from the last board pretty angry, pretty frustrated, pretty upset with each other. And I saw that board meeting. I was not able to attend, and I had to sit back and take a deep breath. And I'm trying to figure out what I'm upset about. I was once a teacher. I taught at the college level for 4 years in a university in Philadelphia. And I truly empathize with teachers and what they've got to go through. I do believe teachers are underpaid and overworked. Having been there, I know we work more than 8-hour days, deal with much more than 2 + 2 = 4 and noun-verb agreement. And I remember class time, before class time, prep time, after class time, weekend time, evening time. I get it, and I understand that. And I empathize and I sympathize with the teachers, and I feel like they are underpaid, undervalued, and overworked. Teaching is a calling. I've been a military guy for 20 years, and like the military, teaching is a calling. It's love of education.
Point of order. You have to direct your stuff to us.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Teaching is a calling, much like the military, which I fully understand on both sides. The calling is the love of education and the love of children. But that love does not pay the bills. We understand that. So while I put myself in the shoes of the teachers, I do not and cannot support the teachers' unions. In my mind, the teachers' unions are pure evil, and I believe they're beginning to infect this district. You don't have to look too much further than the NEA website to see the nonsense they're spewing and the indoctrination agenda they've got for our children. They have way too much power, and they wield way too much influence over our education system. Quite honestly, not sure what they're really doing for our teachers, as evidenced by why many are here tonight fighting for their own survival. Not sure why teachers pay good money chasing bad ideas and no real support. Enough said on teachers' unions. To the board, you do not need to succumb to the pressure of these unions. You were elected based on your values by an overwhelming majority that are held by most of the people in this district, as was way more eloquently said by Mr. Wilburn. You were voted in by a landslide, by an avalanche, by those who are now counting on you to stay strong, stay focused on the education of our children and preparing our youngsters to take on the world. Thank you.
Our final speaker this evening is Amity Lynch.
I'm Amity Lynch. Thank you for the opportunity to address you again tonight. 2 weeks ago, I addressed you as a concerned parent regarding EL 2.1. Tonight, I do so again, but also as a community delegate for those of my neighbors who could not attend tonight. So I will start with their comments. My neighbor, my friend, and a teacher, Kate Victor, and I quote, totally disagrees with the proposed medical policy from both a parent and educator perspective. My neighbor, friend, and school nurse at TCA, Lindsay Ricciardi, is also on record as disagreeing with this policy from a health provider and parent perspective. My neighbor, friend, and teacher, Laura Yoakum, and I quote, does not understand the vagueness in the proposed medical issue, end quote, and thinks that this will be a distraction, quote, that will take away from classroom instruction, end quote. And Ms. Matson, there is an email to follow from Ms. Yoakum with more expansion on her thoughts for both that and the book ban. As a community member, I have sought counsel from neighbors and teachers in my sphere. And my question to the board is, why haven't you? Since the last board meeting, I have asked several teachers at both of my son's schools if they were aware of this proposed policy. And every single one of them was unaware, which tells me that you are not getting community buy-in. I do not feel that certain members of this board are interested in honesty or transparency, but that is what we as parents need. I still have concerns about key diagnoses, and I will admit that this is from my lens as an elementary and middle school parent. I do not have kids in high school in D20, so I have not been exposed to any issues that may have occurred in the high school realm. But for key diagnoses that occur in earlier school years, such as ADHD, dyslexia, and dysgraphia, as I stated before, teachers play a key role in those diagnoses. And I want my son's teachers to feel comfortable talking to me about such things. Mr. Salt, you are the main proponent behind this policy. As my son's teacher said, show your evidence and cite your sources, because otherwise you can say whatever you want and tell it as truth. And then, if an appropriate course of action going forward, have a survey. Survey our teachers, our student population, and our parent population to ID if this is in fact an issue that warrants attention or action going forward, and what level and to what depth that goes. Thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
That concludes our speakers for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Board comments, Ms. Cons.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle, and thank you so much, everyone, for continuing your passion for our district and being here to support the students. And so we really appreciate it. I want to give kudos to the two schools that we got to see in our spotlight at 5 p.m. Da Vinci Academy and Douglas Valley, sorry. The Da Vinci Academy previewed their global arts program. These kids are learning 4 languages in a year starting this year. So, and tapping into ecology and art and culinary. All of their favorite was the culinary arts, learning about all the different countries. So that was really exciting to hear. And then this beautiful choir from Douglas Valley that has only been practicing for a month. They were awesome, and it was a really inspirational song. So props to those two schools and the teachers and administrators that put that on. I also attended the Academy International Science Fair today, and it was amazing. I told some of the teachers that science fairs were kind of the highlight of one of the highlights of my elementary education, and really thrilling that there is a district and citywide competition that these kiddos can be judged and hopefully move on to. And it was an elective. These kids, 3rd through 5th grade, were had to meet 4 times before school, I think. The PTO sponsored this entirely. So amazing job for them bringing it to that school. And the kids were really awesome at delivering their message. Some of them were just picture perfect. It was really cute. So wonderful job to Academy International for putting that on and bringing science in a bigger, on the forefront to that school. And I hope it can spread to all of our schools because I love science fairs. Congratulations to all of our many D20 DECA state finalists. So Sunday through Tuesday, the kids got to go to the Broadmoor, which was wonderful. And there were hundreds, I believe, of D20 students. I know about Rampart, that's one of my schools. They had 6 finalists at state, and Kristen Landy made it to the international competition from Rampart. So I'm sure there are others from our other high schools. Congrats, big time to Kristen and all of those kiddos. Tomorrow, as many of you know, especially if you're in a feeder school, is Bald for Bucks at Rampart, benefiting the Leukemia and Lymphoma Foundation. If you don't know about the history, please look it up because it is just a beautiful thing that Rampart and a lot of their feeder schools do. They are the biggest fundraiser in the nation for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Foundation. And they are thrilled that their assembly is back in full force. I'm sorry that we couldn't get buses for a few of the feeder schools, but I'm excited they're doing their own thing with cutting hair or shaving. So that is at 9:45 tomorrow morning, if anyone wants to go do that, or if you have kids at one of the feeder schools that are doing it there. And then lastly, I just want to encourage everyone, parent-teacher conferences are coming up, and I think that is one of the fundamental ways we can increase parent involvement is being attentive, getting to meet our teachers. You know, I've been told a lot by teachers, your kids aren't having any problems, why are you here? And I'm like, I want to meet you. You know, you are with my kids 7 hours a day, and I appreciate everything you do to be there for my kids and teaching them. And so I think it's extremely important that we highly encourage every single parent to go to every single parent-teacher conference and get to build those relationships and be partners together. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I also want to echo the spotlight today. The students from Da Vinci and what they're learning in their international program was phenomenal. They're covering 4 countries this year, 4 countries next year. I'm a little sad they didn't bring some of the pretzels in from where they learned about Germany, but I'm hoping next time they'll make an exception. Also, Doug Valley did a great job with their choir. Beautiful song. They had a lot of little kids dancing around. In fact, Colonel Sullivan's daughter was part of that group. She did a phenomenal job. It was fun to see you dad in there for a little bit. On those lines, I do want to say, Ms. Hellenberger, I did show up. You do a great job. I immensely enjoyed the jazz band when I was at the Choice Night. So thank you for what you do there. I really appreciate it. Last week, I was able to attend the CASB conference, the legislative conference up in Denver. Unfortunately, I would say that I did not enjoy my time because I spent half of it on the phone with a tow truck trying to take care of my vehicle, which kept me from going on Friday. But I appreciate the support of my fellow board members and Mr. Gregory through that time, the times that I was there and was able to participate. Phenomenal. I got to sit through a great session with Mr. Gregory and Ms. Cons on student voice, and we had students from Harrison District 2 and several up in the Oh, I looked at you. Sorry. Yeah, Ms. Cloninger and Mr. Gregory. My apologies about that. And so we had lots of students from the Denver area and Harrison too, and talking about how they're able to share their voice in their school systems. And then finally, I just wanted to echo again, just what an incredible job our Eagle View teachers and students did with that. That was amazing and really shows the community that we have here in District 20. So I just wanted to recognize them one more time. Thank you.
Colonel Sullivan.
My comments would be as a parent, which is not my role today, so I'll just pass for tonight. Thank you.
Ms. Cloninger.
I just wanted to start off by saying again, thank you in person. I had other things that were in my life going on last time, so I wasn't able to be here in person. And so I just want to continue to appreciate and thank the support that I've had from everyone because life is hard and it's real and we live it real time, even when we have board meetings. And so I just appreciate that. I want to just say I really appreciated, again, like my fellow board members, Eagle View. That's one of my schools this year. And I'm so grateful. We have Eagle View teachers in the audience, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity that we have to rally around students that are doing what they're supposed to be doing and what they've been taught to do. And we're lucky to have that kind of community. Certainly their teacher is lucky to have that kind of community. I was grateful for the 2 schools that we saw today, and they've already been talked about. So I won't go into that. I did want to just say I am happy to be the lone representative on Friday for our CASB meeting. I actually went up to our lobbyist, Jason. I don't know his last name. Anyway, our lobbyist, and was able to go and speak to some of our representatives. I grabbed Tim Geithner as he was running off with his hair on fire, he said. That it's just always a busy thing. And I truly, I mean, we talk about this being the people's house. That is truly the people's house. And I'm telling you, it is amazing to go up there. And I do encourage you guys to go and speak to those people making the decisions about our money. I liked the analogy of the whack-a-mole. I feel like that a lot, and I appreciate that because it does feel like that. But I also just wanted to say in closing that I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve on this board. I think we all make judgments about whether or not somebody's in a mask or not. I still do. I have a terminally ill father, but beyond that, that really doesn't need to be thought of. It's just that we all have our own reasons. And I want everybody to know, and I've echoed this many times, that we may agree and disagree with different people, but if you're truly here for students, then you will be listening to each side of the coin. You never have to wonder if I'm hearing or not hearing your side, because I have a lot of friends who do not agree with me politically or any kind of other way, but we see each other as humans, and I recognize all of you as that. And that's something that I was gifted as a child, and to my mother's chagrin that I talk to everyone, but I do truly love your children and would put myself in between them and harm no matter what. I just believe very wholeheartedly in this district. So thank you so much for your support, and let's continue to try and find ways to get along.
Mr. Temby.
Well said. Well, it's 8:07, and we all appreciate everybody who's here tonight speaking and caring about this district, because you wouldn't be here if you didn't care about this district and the kids in the district. So thanks for being here. We sincerely appreciate it. We fixate on some of the things that polarize us or concern us here, and we hear that. But there's so much going right in this district. My colleagues have talked about spotlights. We saw a stirring rendition of Steve Winwood's Higher Love, choreographed by Colonel Sullivan's daughter, Emily. Learned about global arts, the program, and I think particularly in today's world, we can all do a little bit better job appreciating other cultures, other countries, what's going on. And it's great to see the Global Arts program at Da Vinci. Bald for Bucks, as my colleagues have said, if you haven't been to it, it'll bring a tear to your eye. My son participated a few years ago, and this is one of the largest student fundraisers in the nation for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. It's really something special. And now that's trickled down to many of our feeder schools supporting this program too. So it is a great cause, but it's great to see the altruism of our kids and supporting a society such as that society. I will be remote for the next meeting, as I will be in Oregon marrying off my daughter, Liberty class of 2008, the first of my 5 graduates to be married. So if I have tears in my eyes next time you see me, you'll know why. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Temby. I left the day after the last meeting, and I got back this morning. I've been out of town, so I think most of you know I tend to go to a lot of things in the district. I didn't go to anything because I've been out of town. I think as a point of clarification, District 20 doesn't have a lobbyist. Am I right? It's the Pikes Peak Alliance. That's okay. I just don't want people to think we're part of the Pikes Peak. Yeah, but again, FYI. But I appreciate what you shared. And the only other thing I want to say is I speak on behalf of the board that we really appreciate Mr. Gregory, and we look forward to his long tenure as a superintendent in this district. We don't take our orders from anybody, but frankly, D20 parents, constituents. We are not any other district. We are D20. All righty. Oh, the number of live streams, we peaked at 85 and we are now at 75 people who are listening in. Administration comments, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you, sir. I have a combination of things tonight, but I always love to recognize school and kids and teachers and all that if I possibly can. So I would say this to everybody out here too, that this doesn't capture everything. We can only capture what we know of. So if you're schools, you have students, you have colleague teachers that are doing good things and should be recognized, please let us know, so that I think it's important to mention names as much as I possibly can. So the Olympics may be over, but Mrs. Gradisar's 3rd grade class at Chinook Trail Elementary School still has the Olympic spirit. On a recent field trip to the United States Olympic and Paralympic Museum, they had some folks follow them. The kids did. NBC Nightly News Kids Edition tagged along and watched our students explore the museum and actually try their hand at curling. Their skills were broadcast across the country, and who knows, we may have sparked an interest for some future Olympians. 2 Pine Creek High School students are using their incredible abilities and love for skiing to raise money for St. Jude's Research Hospital. For the 2nd year in a row, Kayla Anderson and Carter Gonzalez skied more than 100,000 vertical feet at Beaver Creek Ski Resort. As a result, they fundraised more than $10,000 to bring cancer awareness and help provide health care in places where St. Jude's has not been able to reach. For 4 Academy District 20 students have been named finalists for the Colorado Betcher Scholarship. If you don't know what that is, I won't spend time explaining it, but Google it. It's pretty significant. The scholarship is a merit-based award for high school seniors across Colorado. More than 1,600 students applied this year, and that has been narrowed down to 100. These students will participate in interviews before the final 50 are selected. And we want to say congratulations to Josh Cates from Air Academy High School, who is still in the running. Shreya Krishnan from Discovery Canyon Campus High School. The board will remember you heard from her. Chloe Kemp from Pine Creek High School, and Maria Kaufman from Rampart High School. We want to wish the best of luck to these outstanding District 20 students and wish them the best of luck as they proceed through the process. I should say successfully succeed through the process. This week, as Ms. Kahn said, many students representing nearly all of Academy District 20 high schools competed at the DECA State Conference held at the Broadmoor, and dozens of our students walked away as finalists and are headed to the DECA National Qualifier. Special congratulations to the Air Academy and Discovery Canyon DECA teams. Each school had nearly 20 students recognized for their work. Before they've even graduated, these future entrepreneurs are already making waves in their business ideas and marketing campaigns. Students, teachers, and parents should be very proud of the effort and expertise demonstrated. If you have never, or if you are ever asked to be a judge at a DECA competition, please do. Many reasons. One is it's pretty darn impressive what high school students can do in the realm of DECA, which is essentially marketing and business. But it's a great opportunity to get involved, and they're always in need of judges. So if you see asks out there, please reply. Dr. Field, please stand. We want to congratulate our very own Dr. Susan Field, Assistant Superintendent for Learning Services. Susan was named as one of 2 people to win the 2022 Women in School Leadership Awards from the American Association of School Administrators. While at a conference in Nashville, the AASA said, and I quote, "Dr. Field has excelled in educational leadership while navigating a constantly changing landscape. This award pays tribute to the talent, creativity, and vision of outstanding women educational administrators in the nation's public schools." Congratulations, Dr. Field. I did not post the picture. I have it. I didn't post it. Over the last 4 days and continuing into tomorrow, I've spent approximately 24 hours meeting, listening to, and talking to high school teachers about their questions, concerns, frustrations, and hopes. Some of those have actually come up tonight at the podium. These discussions were open, honest, and frank, which they needed to be, and I am truly grateful. I am reminded through this 24 hours of listening to teachers that we have very passionate, dedicated, thoughtful, compassionate. Let me start over with that. We have very passionate, dedicated, thoughtful, and compassionate and concerned staff across our district. Their concerns are various, but clearly focused on concern for not only today, not only tomorrow, but the future of education. I want to thank the teachers and staff who gave their time to meet with me over the last few days, and those who I may still meet with in the coming days. And I look forward to providing the board a summary and cabinet a summary at some point when I can kind of summarize all of this and digest it all. But it's been very insightful and tough to clear a calendar, but probably the best thing that I've ever done. So appreciate those teachers giving time. I also want to thank Colonel Sullivan for his liaison role with the United States Air Force Academy in whatever role you played. But he helped to transition the decision-making authority regarding masking at our schools on the academy from the academy to the school district. And I know there were many, many people, students, staff, appreciative of that. And in fact, this past week, our final 2 schools now are not required to wear masks. So that's a good thing. And then we also learned this week that, crossing my fingers, that things hold like they are or still continue to improve, and that also holds then for graduations. So lastly, I know Ms. Collins, well, actually several folks have mentioned this. I look forward to attending the Bald for Bucks Assembly tomorrow. I won't go into the detail about what it is. I still have yet to decide whether I will participate or not. I may be better off just making a donation, but I will be there. I'm proud to say that I was a teaching colleague years ago with Ms. Penny Sanford at Rampart. And if you don't know, Bald for Bucks is a result of, and somewhat I'll say celebration, of Ms. Sanford's life and contribution to the school many, many years ago. And I'm so glad to see that the students do such a great job of keeping the spirit alive and the common purpose, and it seems to grow and grow every year. So thank you, Mr. LaValle. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. We need a motion to approve the following resolutions. Resolution 142-22, approval of matters relating to administrative staff license. Resolution 143-22, approval of matters relating to staff specialist staff. Resolution 144-22, approval of matters relating to licensed staff teachers. Resolutions 145-22 through 151-22, approval of resolution for completed intent not to renew INR teacher contract. Resolution 15222, approval of resolution for non-renewal of contracted probationary teacher. Resolution 15322, approval of matters relating to licensed staff, licensed support / special services provider. Resolution 15422, approval of resolution for completed intent not to renew INR SSP contract. Resolution 15522, approval of matters relating to classified staff. Resolution 15622, approval of primary textbooks for mathematics grades K through 12, visual arts grades K through 5, the Da Vinci Academy Elementary School English Language Arts grades 3 through 5. Resolution 15722, transfer of drainage fee reimbursements for Legacy Peak Elementary School, the Center for Modern Learning, to the Board of Education Building Fund contingency. And then Resolution 15822, approval of Citizens Bond Oversight Committee CBOC membership. Resolution 15922, approval of rescinding the motion passed on February 3rd, 22 by striking Resolution 11722 made an error. Approval of Board of Education regular meeting minutes from February 17th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Timby?
Aye.
We will now take about a 7-minute break. Thank you.
As you know, been waiting on that, and the timeliness of it. I was worried about call it whatever you want. Happens here too. Getting an answer right away here. What I really loved is that I would tell the superintendent and Fountain, we're not masked anymore, are you? No, we're still struggling with the, but when the DoD changed, it changed for us.
I was with Miss Brown in third class. We were
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if everybody could please take their seats, we need to get going. Take all the Snickers.
Yeah, I'm leaving a couple in there.
Well, I did. I did. All right, folks, if we could be seated. We're going to get going here. Okay, next up on the agenda is monitoring report for policy EL 2.7 employment compensation and benefits. Mr. Smart.
Good evening again. Before I get into this, I wanted to publicly thank Allison and the communication team. We have a District 20 job fair coming up on Saturday. If you haven't heard, if you want to stop by 9 to 3 at Liberty High School. And she's done a great job helping us get the communication out. I was able to do a TV spot the other day, and I asked for makeup, and they said, you got to face the radio, it's not going to help. So I said, all right, fine. So we're going with it, but we got a couple more opportunities to get some media out there tomorrow as well. So we appreciate the help in getting the word out. We'll give you an update on how that goes later on. So I don't want to steal Mr. Gregory's thunder. Okay, so I'm pleased to present the monitoring report for Executive Limitations 2.7, Employment Compensation and Benefits, what everybody loves to talk about. This report presents information regarding the superintendent's compliance related to not allowing the district compensation plans to deter attracting, retaining, and highest quality staff, not ignoring the opinion of affected parties when determining benefit plans, not developing compensation and benefit plans that deviate materially from the geographic or professional market, not promising or implying guaranteed employment, and not changing his own compensation and benefits. Supportive data is reported related to the interpretation of the policy provisions. And this policy was last monitored in March of 2021. So it's usually February to February is the monitoring period time. In comparing compliance data for this report to last year's report, I'm just going to make some observations that I'd like to share with you guys. Only got 40 pages of those, so it shouldn't take too long. Okay. These guys are waiting for theirs. Okay. It is with appreciation, first of all, that I can report that the board approved, this was last year after February, 7% raises for classified staff. That comprised a 5% recurring increase and a 2% one-time non-recurring increase, and that total cost of that was $2,356,070 So, and then also, as well as that, they did a 6% raise for all licensed and non-classified staff. And that comprised a 4% recurring increase and a 2% one-time non-recurring increase at a total cost of $7,696,805. In addition to this, a one-time bonus was given to all staff in January of 2022. It was a graduated bonus, so to speak. So full-time or greater got $1,700. Half-time, but less than full-time, received $1,275. Less than half-time received $850, and the total cost of that was $4,680,000. $4,680,701 $1,000,000.45. So make sure you got to the last penny there. Any of these one-time bonuses, understand, are not going to be reflected in a base salary amount because they're non-recurring. So only amounts that are recurring would change the base of somebody's pay. So when we add these one-times, they're not going to reflect in the overall base of that salary as an ongoing cost. In regard to interpretation of EL 2.7.1, the process I used was similar to what was used last year to calculate this. Fewer than 5% of teachers that were offered contracts decided not to follow through because of salaries. So basically, when we would interview somebody, we get ready to offer, we let them know what the salary for that position was going to be. and fewer than 5% rejected that offer. So that means 95% or more accepted the offer we gave them on the initial offer. In total, 680 staff members, which represents all employee types, that includes coaches, subs, temporary hires, etc., left the district in the past year. Of those who decided to leave the district and chose to complete an exit survey, which I'm not sure how long that's been around. We have used that for the last, I think, few years. Let's see, then I lost my place, which was, okay, so last year we had about 54 people complete that. This year we had 119 people complete that. So we doubled our amount of people that actually completed the survey, which is great. Not as many as we'd like, but that was better than we've done in the past. 30 of those who completed it responded that salary was all or part of their reason for not staying with the district. Now, that's only 30 of the 680 that responded that way. So, you know, when you look at that, if you do 30 of 680, that's 4.4%, which puts us within the boundaries of less than 5%. But when you look at it as of the ones that completed the actual survey, that was only 25%. So our goal is obviously to increase the exit survey completion so that we can have a better determination of what the reason is they're actually leaving. So some ways we're going to do that. Well, one is we use Workday. We started Workday about 3 years ago, so we're kind of in our 3rd or 4th year implementation. That's where we typically have them go now. So what we'll do is we'll say, hey, if you're going to resign or retire, put it in Workday. We have the employee try to do it because what it does is it prompts them then to do the exit survey. In past, it might have been a manager who did that, and so therefore you wouldn't always get the exit survey done. The issue we have is you're not able at this time to make that a requirement to finish your resignation or retirement. We'd like to do that because that would make them do the exit survey. But at this time, we're not able to make Workday do that for us. So if we're not able to get Workday to do that, if we can't make it work, we're going to have to look at other options to get that survey, maybe having a site or the department, as soon as somebody says, hey, I'm going to resign or retire, that's part of the exit process is they get a survey to complete so we can get additional data to ensure that we know why they're leaving the district. So that's something we're working on to improve this part of EL 2.7.1. Let's see, so so that's that portion. Per Every Student Succeeds Act, the Colorado Department of Education requires districts to report in-field status. That means I'm qualified to teach what I'm teaching, and encourages districts to prioritize hiring appropriate license based on that. So if I'm looking for a math teacher, I'm going to hire somebody who has a math credential. And so accordingly, our positions have been continued to require in-field status. So when we post them and when we look to interview, part of that process is making sure they have the right credential based on what they're going to teach. We do, however, have some positions we have to consider on a case-by-case basis. So that would be the hard-to-fill positions, might be world languages, STEM, TAG, teacher librarian positions. TAG and librarian also have a program requirement. It's a master's for librarian, and that's not just a test they can take in order to fulfill that role. So one of the things we do with those folks is we work with them on a plan to progress towards obtaining in-field status. So they may be on a waiver during that time period, but we're monitoring to ensure that they're working towards getting in-field status, if that makes sense. All special education teachers are required via ESSA, or Every Student Succeeds Act, and the Exceptional Children's Educational Act to obtain a valid Colorado license, including licensure obtained through alternative routes with a special education endorsement and hold a bachelor's degree. Per CDE, the requirements to earn a SPED endorsement include a degree in SPED, passing the state SPED test, and passing elementary ed test. In D20, SPED educators must have successfully completed these requirements to be enrolled in a SPED alternative licensure program to secure what we would call a temporary education eligibility in order to meet that. So all of our SPED teachers either have that or they're working through getting that through the temporary educator eligibility process. That even includes teachers that are in preschool and early childhood special education as well. In reference to EL 2.7.2, for fiscal year 21-22, health insurance premiums for staff did increase by 7.5%, equating to $1,140,000 increase. The district covered this increase so that staff monthly premiums would remain the same as the amount of 2021 for this year. So there was no increase to staff premiums for this year. The district covered that increase. Next year, we're not anticipating any increases. As indicated in the report data for EL 2.7.3, we have once again included additional survey information related to teacher salaries. We included comparative data across the state and most importantly, our own backyard, 13 neighboring school districts. We compared with our neighboring districts. Our starter teacher salary is only second only to Fountain Fort Carson. Our starting salary is $42,025. Fountain Fort Carson is $46,000 currently for this school year. We continue to remain in the top quartile for the maximum salaries and wages for teachers and principals, assistant principals, in all but 2 classified positions and 3 central office administrator positions based on the salary studies from OEM Consulting Services. So that's one of the services we use, as well as school board support services, which is a consultant from Gillette, Wyoming, but they actually do the data analysis for all the school districts in Colorado. So they give us a report. And our Human Resources Department review local school districts in the region. It is important to note that maximum salaries and wages have become more difficult to review as regional districts have been moving away from traditional matrices, so the step and column. There are several districts that don't have that anymore as well, so you can't just look and see what it would wind up being after teaching in some place for 30 years. And we moved away from that based on recommendations from teacher and classified experience step and review committees from 2013 and 14 and 2014-15 school years is when we made that change. Let's see. In evaluating salaries for classified licensed and administrative staff, we get data from OEM, which I already, OEHM, which I shared, and from Colorado Springs area districts as well as districts in the Denver area. So we kind of look at Front Range a little bit, our area, and kind of out surrounding a little bit. For licensed staff, this allows us to compare not only how we measure up to local districts, but also statewide. So we'll also look at where we rank with all the districts. This is particularly helpful when we're trying to recruit and retain teachers and administrators. In an effort to further capture relativity to maximum salaries not deviating materially as compared with other districts, we added the term internal outliers and external outliers. Internal outliers means that the maximum teacher salary or classified staff wage would not exceed 2.5 times the minimum, and a maximum principal, assistant principal, and central office administrator salaries not exceed beyond 1.5 times the minimum. So we are within those parameters. Also, as noted in the statement of compliance / non-compliance for EL 2.73, even with the raises we were able to give classified and licensed staff, we were unable to meet the top quartile for all classified and licensed positions. This is an example of each upcoming year presents challenges because we cannot be certain what resources other districts will be committing to salaries and wages. In addition, you will note that 18 out of 44 classified positions are below the top quartile for minimum hourly rates, which means our minimum is not in that top quartile for 18 of those after review of the 2021-22 salary study. And in order to get to just move, if we just added an amount to get those to in compliance, the amount would be about $174,000 to just get them to where they're now just barely in, just in compliance. Obviously, we hope to do some more things that will exceed that. I did want to share a little more information regarding licensed teacher salaries. Even though we are near the top and beginning salary and highest salary for teachers with more than 15 years in the district, we do have an area of concern. I like to call this the dip. After about 4 years, we start to lose some ground to area schools, as well as others just outside our area. This dip lasts for several years before we start to make up ground again and eventually reach a point where we are once again one of the highest paid districts in the area. The concern is that we either have difficulty attracting teachers that fall in that experience range or to choose D20 over other districts, or we have staff leave to get higher paying to go to higher paying districts during that time frame. So within that, wherever that dip is, which is after about 4 or 5 years till about 12 years, we lose a little bit of ground. So therefore, we're not as competitive as we'd like to be. We are working with financial services to see how we might be able to address this area. But I will tell you, it's been around a long time, probably more than 30 years. So it's not something that just happened, and it's not something that, you know, maybe a quick fix, just to say. So unless I win the lottery. I don't know if I'll still be here at that. Okay. Additionally, we deviated from being in the top quartile related to the minimum salaries for 3 out of 6 central administrator positions. Now, what that means is what our listed minimum is. Now, what they're actually making is we're in compliance, but based on what the stated minimum is, we're out of compliance for 3 of those. But in reality, we're in compliance based on what they're actually currently making at this time. So does that make sense? So in essence, we're not in compliance for EL 2.7.3 because we did not meet all the targets. I would like to share with you some anecdotal information regarding our teachers. This year, our total number of licensed non-administrative staff is 1,592. The average salary, not including benefits, is $56,591.71. The average number of years a teacher has worked in D20 is 7 years, 7 months. Last year it was 8 years, so we're pretty close to the same as it was last year. The average number of years the teacher has worked in his or her teaching career is 10.6 years. And as for teachers, the average level of education attained is a master's degree. We do have 27 with doctorate degrees. So, all right, so you all may also be interested in knowing that the average teacher salary within Colorado, according to the Colorado Department of Education for 2021-22, was $58,219. And the average teacher salary in the United States was $63,645, according to the National Center for Educational Statistics. In 2019-2020, they didn't have the data for 2021, so this is the most recent I could get. I would like to add that we may have more competition than in the past, but I still believe that Academy District 20 is still considered one of the best places to work. We are focused on creating an environment, flip my page, where everyone belongs and a culture that values people and focuses on relationships. As we have done every year, we will work to find ways to hopefully, potentially increase salaries and decrease the cost of benefits, if possible. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Cloninger, I think you were first.
Heather, give me a softball.
But it was
baby.
close.
Give me a softball.
I
Easy
could go to
one.
the Olympics on how fast I raise my hand.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I had a couple of questions. Sure. I've heard both arguments for and against the, you know, the geographics of how we look at teachers versus admin versus EAC stuff and, you know, all of that kind of thing. And as I'm looking through the lists, they're different based on a lot of different things. And I just wonder, have we ever just done kind of, here's both, you know, here's the exact same that we do here and just see it side to side for both? Like if we're doing that for teachers, we're doing that for principals and.
Can you explain what you mean by doing that?
Oh, like comparing.
Oh.
Comparing.
Comparing like area districts or comparing?
Yeah, like it doesnn't seem like it all aligns. And I've had discussions on both sides, both with, you know, I just wonder if you have ever done that. And
well, let me just tell you what the process looks like.
Can I just interject?
Mhm.
I think, and I have the same question. Geographic market, professional market is different when you look at classified staff versus teachers. Is that what why is it different?
I mean,
is
I
that
think that's a confusing point.
Yeah,
I just also,
it is for me too.
In full transparency, I just would love to see kind of, you know, we get comments and you know, I mean, I am a lay person up here, not in your field, and I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just asking, like, do you have, it would just be nice to see it. I know we can't go apples to apples. It's different kind of, like you said, classified license, things like that, but still, it would be nice to see it broken down in the same districts so that we could just see and just say, this is why it looks different or whatever. And I don't even know, I'm not trying to create work. I just am wondering about that geographic kind of piece.
Yeah, let me explain kind of geographic versus professional. Geographic for classified, typically our classified staff are going to come from our geographical area. We're not going to necessarily get a lunch clerk to come from Denver if they're far enough away, or, Fort Collins or, Durango, to come up here just to take a classified position. But we may get a teacher, an administrator to move to our area to take a position. So professional goes a little further out because our reach goes out for those positions, because those are positions where people will typically maybe make a decision to move to take a position. For classified, you're typically going to reach your people that are within your geographical area that will say, I live close enough, that makes sense for me to drive to that location to work. They're not going to go probably beyond a certain range. So we try to stick with that. The other thing is we compare, obviously we try to compare as like as possible, right? Not every district's the same. The amount of students, the amount of funding they get is not always completely equal. But one thing is we do want to be competitive in our geographical areas. So if we're looking at, D11, D49, D2, D12, we want to make sure that within our area that we are competitive to where they're at, because we're all drawn from the same pool. And so we have to be able to attract not only based on the other things our district offers, but also compensation and benefits. So we try to measure that, but we also want to have an idea of how we compare across the state. And we try to look at like districts if we can, because it's not always going to make sense to look at a district that only has 2,000 students. We have over 25. So,
but I also think that is a benefit too.
Well, we do look
because
at
I
them,
think
but
that
it doesn't always match up.
Sure,
right?
and that's something that I think can kind of come out and maybe is what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
I don't want to create more work. I'm just saying it's nice to see it so that you can then speak to it and say, this is where the apples to apples is. This is where the apples to oranges,
Sure.
like that kind of stuff. And anyway,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I think that makes sense, but I still think that there is enough kind of, I guess, just question about how that all works. And anyway, I don't mean to create more work. Yeah.
So I don't want to extend it too long, but I do believe that if not now, in the coming years, the market is going to force some changes to this whole thing. When there's not enough teachers out there to fill positions, that professional market is going to have to change. And teachers will be are now making decisions, not just within the Pikes Peak region and looking at districts there, or just along the Front Range. They are looking across state lines. We have teachers leave the state right now because other states pay more and maybe cost of living is less. Those are all, influencers on this decision. But I do think this whole professional market, when it comes to teachers especially, is going to be different, because every state, every district across the nation is going to be in the same boat, trying to hire the same people. And I think what we do have going for us that's not measurable on compensation or quantifiable is the Magic Mountain to our west, the beauty, the climate, but you know what? That doesn't pay the bills. It's an attractive place. The bottom line is, and I'm saying this because I just spent the last 4 days talking to a lot of teachers. So I do, and I had some thoughts about, I've talked to Cameron a lot about what does the future look like? Because if we're all scrambling to hire the same people, that's a supply demand market, right? That's capitalism, and things got to change somehow, some way. And what we're talking about here is just comparing, right? How do we develop a model to compare with? But I guess what I'm saying is, going into the future, we may be forced to compare differently, just because the reality is the market, which once was, back in the day, it was kind of this area, right? Maybe this area south. But frankly, now it's teachers graduate from college or are looking for a career change, and many times are more than willing to also make a geographic change and pack up and move. So I do think over time, this competitive market, ultra competitive market, is going to force some change.
Any other? Oh, did you have any more?
Sorry, I appreciate that. I think that's really true. I think that one thing that I kind of wanted to point out, I have known Mr. Gregory for a long time, working in this district, and I have heard, you know, a lot of what you've had to say as far as in leadership and things like that. And I appreciate that the board and the district looks at things at maybe a 30,000 foot level, right? So we look at it differently. That said, and this is again because I just feel like right now we're dealing with so much transparency that is the thing that I appreciate, those kind of conversations, because it goes both ways. If the teachers want to be compared to certain districts because they want to see what the administration gets paid, then you have to be willing to, you know, see that there could be, you know, similarities or whatever. Am I making sense? Does that make sense? Because I feel like it goes both ways, and I'm not trying to give more information than we need to go through right now, but that's something that I would like to just, and it could be a one-off, you know, we have a work session and you come talk about it. I don't know.
I think that's easy enough. We have the
Yeah, yeah.
data.
Yeah,
It's just a matter of
We just put it together.
organizing.
You
What
wanna
I would
see it.
say, what we don't want, right, and what we have to be very careful of is, I guess I'd call it the means to the end or the end to the means. That is developing a market that gives us outputs that we want to see. That's not what it's about. And I think what you're suggesting, some consistency and some variations, just show, I think what you're saying is show the same districts, you know, comparable, regardless of the reason, just show those, but then also show another way. I think that's a fair way to do it. We just don't want to create something because this is about compliance, right? Are we complying or not? I could tell you, we can select districts that force compliance every time, right? We'll just pick the districts that pay the lowest and compare ourselves to them, and hey, we look great. We're trying to find districts that, you know, are like us, and the answer to that is hard. Is it like us by size? Is it like us by size? I mean enrollments. Is it like us by demographics? Is it like us by inputs, i.e. per pupil funding levels? You know, what are those? Or we could simply say, who do we compare ourselves with academically, and just translate that same comparison to you know, salaries and benefits. But I think the short answer to your question is, Ms. Cloninger, is sure, we could do something like that. We just need to make sure we capture that at the end so we don't forget it.
Tina's got it.
Mr. Temby.
Mr. Gregory, you kind of captured, I think, the essence of what we're looking at, which is capturing our share and maybe greater share of market share down the road. And so that may be a whole different paradigm as you're looking at things. My question for this discussion was really about a subset, which you referenced the dip. And I think that's material to us.
Yep.
And so as we're at the incipient stage of the budget process, and I know Alan contemplating this heavily, priorities within that budget. So that dip, I think, is very important as a stepping stone to us addressing a bigger issue, kind of leveling the field. So we are one, competitive, and then we need to be uber competitive as we move forward. So yeah, so just wanted to make that comment. So.
I'll just go down to Mr. Saul.
Thank you. I had a quick question about the compliance of 271. I know you mentioned it briefly. So I guess if I look at the interpretation here, we talk about fewer than 5% of staff members decide to leave because of salary or wages. And then parentheses, it talks about data collect. I don't know. Do we have this on the screen? We have parentheses, data collected from those who complete exit interviews. I'm on page one.
Page, right? Page one.
I had to look to see where I was. So I guess my question is, with those parentheses, we're talking about this is where the data is coming from.
That's how we're obtaining the data.
Sure.
That's the method to try to get the data to assess where we're at.
Sure. And so I guess my concern with the way that this is being represented here is we had less than 25% of people fill out a survey, and then of that we had 25% of people say this was an issue. And so we say we're in compliance because the 75%, we just don't know where that is. But we work with percentages for a reason, and we can say, you know, as the numbers rise,
Sure.
it's easy to assume that we would also get more responses saying wages were an issue. Maybe not. Maybe we got
Potentially, sure.
only 30 people in the district that were unhappy, right?
Cross my fingers, yes.
Cross your
Okay.
fingers. And so I think I'm just wondering if we need to look at that interpretation, because when we're saying we're looking at compliance based off of, you know, less than 25%, like 20% of the population, it's hard for us to make valuable decisions with that.
Sure, I get it.
Thanks.
Ms. Cons.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smart. So I asked you, I sent a few of these
Yeah.
questions your way.
I tried to
one-
embed a little bit in there. for you.
Okay. I did. I got some answers. Someone in public comments actually brought up my first question too, about if we have a truncated salary schedule for teachers who transfer in, who don't initiate their career in
Right,
the
well, we don't have
district.
a step and column, which would kind of be that system where they would say, okay, you know, I have 10 years experience, I have a master's degree, so I would land right here. This is what I would get, right? We start with minimums, and we do take into consideration years of experience, education, but part of our policy does state that somebody who's coming in from outside the district cannot make more than somebody who has equal number of years of experience and education. So they couldn't surpass somebody who's already in the district with the same level of experience and education. So they are usually placed within a range close to that person, but not exceeding that person's salary.
Okay. Do you hear complaints about that often?
No comment.
Okay.
Yes, we do sometimes, because it is a little bit confusing to try to
Okay.
explain that. And we have people that actually go through, and that's their part of their job, is to assess where that person would land on the pay range. And they do a great job of walking people through that and how that we came to that number. Doesn't always make people happy all the time, but they at least have a better understanding of why they landed at that spot.
Okay, thank you. I've had people ask me, so it
Sure,
was a good
I get it.
place to introduce
Especially
that
if you're not
question.
used to that, if you've always worked in a system that had that clear, you know,
Mhm.
step and column, which is where I come from most of my career till I came here as well. It is a little bit hard to kind of wrap your head around initially.
Okay.
Right.
And then I just had one other question that came up when you were talking about exit surveys.
Yes.
So it sounds pretty automatic, electronic.
It
what
is
we're
at this point
issuing.
through Workday. Yes.
Is there a possibility to make some direct personal connection to get better results?
One of the reasons, or one of the ways we'd like to look at that is look at that option. One of the things is the time it takes to do that. So obviously we're looking at what would that, if we did that, what would that exit survey look like? How much time would we anticipate somebody having to go through to fill that out? Because you're going to have staff. If you're having them sit there with them and verbally ask them, there's other ways you could do that. Is you could also give it to them personally when they say, I'm going to leave. Here, can you fill this out as part of your exit process? You know, we get keys, we get computers, we do that. So there is some ways we could do that more hands-on, but that also adds to another layer of how do we then transfer that into another system? Who does that? The time it takes to do that? How do we make sure we collect all those? So there, you know, there's plus and minuses to every method, but we want to find a way to get a method that gives us accurate representation of why people are leaving.
Correct.
You know, enough of a percentage that we could say this percentage is high enough to say that that's probably mostly true for the people
Right.
who left.
And I mean, I'm certainly not opposed to maintaining the electronic,
Sure.
but just a
Yeah.
touch,
Yeah, yeah.
a human touch back.
Yeah.
Like we acknowledge that if there's something specific
Yep.
that.
And maybe a
can be addressed.
conversation could be had.
Mhm.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so
bet.
much.
Mr. Salt.
Sorry, I had another question that Mr. Gregory sparked, so. I'll
Thank
bring
you,
him.
Mr. Gregory.
And this is one that you were not, I didn't prep you for, so I apologize. I'm going to just, so
Go
I
ahead.
guess my question, looking through kind of to Ms. Cloninger's point as far as the geographic and the comparisons that we make, do we look or do we know how we compare to other districts that are in the same general PPR that we are? I know we're on the lower end of that spectrum, so the fact that we're able to be in sort of that top quartile seems
That is
pretty
not
good.
a factor that we consider necessarily. Obviously, one is our geographical area we measure, because obviously we want to know how we stand up there. We look statewide, we look front range. So it's not like we isolate based on that measurement. So no, we don't like pull them out to say, okay, let's see who has the exact same, so we can kind of compare. That may be something to look at to see, but it's not a method we're using right now.
Sure. No, it was just a thought because, like I said, I know we are on the lower end of that spectrum. So the fact that we can maintain sort of close to that top
understanding
quartile, we're
how much is coming in and how much we actually have to
Sure.
spend. It is different, right? Even though the school sizes might, or school districts may be the same population wise, the actual input of money is not always the same.
Right.
If I may, Mr. Sell.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to get down too much into the weeds, but we had a public commenter tonight kind of hit on this. So I could tell you this, there's a group of districts in Colorado called the quote unquote FLOOR, F-L-O-O-R, FLOOR funded districts. That was written into state law in about 2008. And what it said was no district in Colorado shall be funded at less than 95% of the state average of per pupil funding. And that helped us at that time. And these other districts that are now called these FLOOR funded districts, it helped them also. What was happening at the time is you had districts at lower funding levels and higher. And as you increase that rate by percentages, right? So inflationary increase is, I don't know, 5% over 10 years. If you just plot that on a two-dimensional graph, you start with a gap that's an inch and you end with a gap that's 2 inches because those two lines continue to separate over time. The idea was to stop that, I'm going to call it bleeding, from districts like us. So that was one help. These FLOOR funded districts, to short answer your question, are many of the ones there. I'll just, off the top of my head, these districts that are at the low end. So we're always at 100, there's 178 school districts in Colorado. We are traditionally, annually, either 178th or 177th. To the comments from earlier, it's just how the School Finance Act, the formula works. The other districts that are down there with us, see if you can get a picture of this. District 20, District 38, District 49, District 12, Cheyenne Mountain, Fountain Fort Carson. Did I say Falcon?
Yeah, I think you said District 49.
I lost my, okay, 49. There are about 13 FLOOR funded districts in the state of Colorado. I just named over half of those, all in El Paso County. I'll stop there with that. Then outside of that, you jump up to Poudre area, Fort Collins-ish. Not all the districts up there, but one. And then you jump over to Grand Junction, Mesa District 51. Just interesting. Think about those. They're all different sizes, different demographics, but we all spend a lot of time together in the bottom part of that ranking. So to answer your question shortly, when we say the geographic comparison, it captures most of those districts.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Smart. I've got a fair number of comments and questions. I'm going to try to go quick. And some of these have been answered. But please remember, we get the lowest PPR of any district in the state, yet we expect to pay our employees in the top quartile. That's a pretty high bar that we have set. And I 100% approve of that bar, but I want folks to understand it's not easy to do. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to name this right, but I'm going to call it Title I monies that we get compared to D11. It's crazy how much more they get than we do for Title I, and it's just it's really hard. I get a little frustrated when we compare D11 to D20 because they get, correct me if I'm wrong, a lot more money for a lot more things than we do. Is that a fair assessment? I'm looking at both of you guys.
That'd be a fair assessment in some cases.
I just give one example, and it's more recent. And Ms. Allen, please correct me if I'm wrong. ESSER, that last round of ESSER funds was based on Title I formula. So if we just pick that out and play that out over the years, that's really what happens. Not these dollar amounts, because this was ESSER driven. And I mean no disrespect for any other district out there. But it was, I think our number was about $8 million.
Yep, 8.6.
8.6, and District 11, for example,
59.8 million.
Yeah.
And That's just how the Title I, the federal Title I
No,
formula
no
works.
criticism of
So-
District 11 at all. Those are simple numbers, but that's good for the public to know that's kind of what the cards that we have dealt. And I think this district does a great job of trying to maximize, and I'm not just going to say teacher salary because that's crucial, but employee salaries. And I really think that's important. Okay. Board, I got a thought. Mr. Temby, your comment about that middle is concerning, and we don't really address that. EL 2.7.3 is really important, and I had a similar concern. Ms. Cloninger, you brought up a comment about interpretation. So did you, Mr. Salt. Perhaps we could make this a work session discussion. I don't really want us to say, yeah, really, we want this, because I think we need your input to say how do we want to present this? I think times have changed, and perhaps this could be a work session topic to just talk about what do we want, board, as evidence that we meet 2.7.3, and let's work with the district. Does that seem reasonable? I'm seeing heads nod. So, Ms. Matson, if you could add that. She has my work study list. It keeps growing, but I do think that would be worthwhile. Yeah, I know. All right. It sounds like we're not in compliance because we have too many central office staff. They're not in the top quartile. So I don't really want to hear complaints about, oh, we're so top heavy. We have so much staff and they make so much money. And in fact, I don't think that's the case based on the evidence that you presented to us. Just another comment. You answered the
Mr.
question.
LaValle, if I could
Yeah.
I just want to, because that's an important, those are some hot buttons.
Yes.
What Mr. Smart said earlier is really important. When we compare those, we look at
starting salaries,
static, right? Something that's not dynamic. The starting wage, and that's what's compared. That's where the quote unquote non-compliance comes. The actual wages paid are a different thing.
Yeah,
so
good point.
It's not necessarily
as bad as it looks.
Non-compliance. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. If you looked at what they were actually paid, we're actually in compliance. But if you look at the base that's posted, that is where we're out. So.
Okay, very good. And you answered the question. The $1,700 is not included. I'm not going to say we're the only district that did a bonus, but I do think that was certainly money in the hands of our full-time staff, and I think that's something we should at least keep in the back of our mind. And I always cut slack regarding this EL because we're always looking at after the fact. It's not something that we can really plan. We always look and say, okay, how did we do? So I admit it's tough to do that, but
it would help with the next year, so
year.
that we can see what we're comparing things to. I think that's
yeah,
great.
agreed.
And we're all agreed.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Smart. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have the MRE. Is the superintendent's interpretation of the policy reasonable? Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? Yeah. Let's say, how do you want to word that? Mr. Temby, what do you think? Aaron? Mr. Salt?
I said except for where it's not.
Thank you.
So,
could we say something to the effect of will be discussed at the next work session?
Well, I think we need to yeah, as I say, I mean, we understand where we're not in compliance, and I think, to that point, the fact that, as Mr. Smart and you were bringing up, the fact that actual salaries paid is in compliance. I was looking at the interpretation here where it says, oh, I closed on it, where it talks about minimum maximum salaries, but it doesn't say necessarily like posted minimums or whatever. And so all that to say, I was looking at that as you were walking back, and so I didn't have a chance to say it, but I think there's some flexibility in there saying like the minimum salaries we're paying specifically in those areas are. Now there were some other areas that were non-compliance, but in those specifically,
Yeah, there were 18 classified that were not in compliance based on minimums.
Can we just say something like in our work session that we can find alignment with the posted and the actual, something along that line?
so I like that, and that's a great way of addressing. And so I don't know, I know there's other spots where we talk about like looking forward, but when we're talking about this as the MRE looking back, I mean, there were areas that were non-compliance in the way that it was interpreted. And so,
yeah. So is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? What do we want to, how do we want to answer that?
I think the evidence is sufficient for compliance, but not every section was in.
Okay, so is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance? Not, what do we want to say? Not for every section. And then is that fair? Okay. Are all sections in compliance duly noted? I think, is that fair? So not all, but they were duly noted. A recognition of exemplary performance or concerns regarding performance. Yeah, not regarding, it's the data, it's not the presentations. Okay. Would you like to see additional or different evidence, or should any part of this policy be changed in the next reporting cycle? So additional or different evidence, I think yes. Is it fair to say to be discussed at a work session? Okay.
Would that include the interpretation on 2.7.1? We were talking about the difference in
the percent?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so.
Okay,
I think so.
Then I'm good with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's reasonable to say the percentages of salary being a factor in 2.7.1 and the mid-level salary dip, if you will, or whatever. Add that. Ms. Madsen, yeah, what's that? Yeah. Just make it happen, okay? No, I'm just kidding.
For additional different evidence, you guys want to review at a work session 2.7.1 and 2.7.3?
Yes. Yep. Do you see any evidence which is extraneous or no longer necessary? I think so. Okay, very good. That's not extraneous though. I don't. Okay.
Mr. LaValle?
Yes.
Can I ask a question about number 2?
Yes.
Is there sufficient evidence to determine compliance for each section? I heard mixed answers there. Not at this time.
Not at this time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you, board. Next one is the accreditation handbook revisions for school year 2022-2023. Mr. Gregory.
Dr. Field, please. The fabulous award-winning Dr. Field.
This is such an exciting topic too. Actually the report after me is the best.
Right.
So, okay. So what's that? No, you're going to do great. So good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to share the updated accreditation and accountability guidelines for schools handbook. This is what it all looks like. You all have a copy of it. So the handbook is updated each year in preparation for the new school year, and next year when I share the updates with you, I'll be sure to highlight the changes for you ahead of the presentation so you know. So this handbook is heavily used by our school principals as they navigate the accreditation process in District 20. It is reviewed annually by the DAC Accreditation Subcommittee and presented to the entire DAC for comments and feedback, which we just recently did. There are minimal changes to the accreditation process this year and therefore the handbook. The biggest change to the handbook is on the bottom of page 7. Mr. Mark, can you help me? The handbook, yes. Mark's going to put it up. Yes. So while Mark is placing it up there, so our state, Colorado Department of Education, changed when we have to submit our unified improvement plans for all the schools and then the district level UIP. So we used to submit in January 15th of every year, with the option of going as late as April if you were on performance. But now the state has all schools districts submitting in October 15th. So it really pushes our timeline of working with our principals back. So as soon as we get data, and this August we will get SPFs and DPFs again, because we're going to be full on CMAS in April, we will in earnest begin the process of working with our school principals to work on their unified improvement plans. So that is the first change. And then the last change is on page 13. It's in the middle of the page where it says site plans include. So remember, site planning is a process that all our schools undergo and our departments about every 3 to 4 years. So it used to say that it would include the school's mission statement, and it was changed to the district's mission statement, and which you know we've just completed. And during the site planning process, schools kind of develop a niche or a tagline that makes them unique, but everybody has the same mission statement now, so that is different. And then finally, the last thing that's always, go ahead.
Comment on that?
Yeah.
During that process, there's a lot of rumination. And so I'm glad we did that.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of hand wringing that goes on about what's the right statement. So I'm glad we homogenous to start.
Yeah.
And then you can differentiate afterwards. But
yeah, and it's an important conversation for schools to have.
Yeah.
It's really important. So at the very back of the handbook, and Mark, you don't have to go back there, but we have our updated list of when schools, who will be site planning in the fall and who will be on external review in the fall. So that gets updated every single year. You'll also notice on the charts in the handbook that we have a big bright yellow band that says COVID 2020. So everything was put on hold that one year. So we're just kind of backed up a little bit, but I don't know that we'll ever catch up just because it would just be so many schools. We have it broken down so that we see about a third of our schools each year. So that is the infamous accreditation handbook from DAC. Can I ask, or do you all have any questions for me?
Ms. Cons.
I was thrilled to read this. I know it's long.
It's helpful, isn't it?
But it speaks to our sole purpose of excelling in education, and it's just clear as day what it is. So it benefits all of us that it is clear and concise and focused. I love that it mentions maximizing progress toward post-graduation success, focus on high levels of academic achievement and growth, holding students accountable, and personal responsibility, which are really important for me to see increase. A few questions, and I had this question in DAC a few months ago too, when we were talking about root causes. It's so important to look at root causes of some of our deficiencies or
Absolutely.
whatever. How are we figuring out and assessing root causes from all areas?
Right, it's a great question. Jolynn could probably give the best answer, but CDE walks us through a process. When we write a unified improvement plan, we look at root causes, and it's like peeling an onion, right? You keep asking why. And so we have data protocols that we use with our schools to look at our data and determine where we have needs. We really guide our principals and teachers through looking at a gap analysis. So what subgroup populations aren't performing, who's performing. It is definitely a process. So do you want to say anything else about it, Jolynn? Okay, thank you.
Also, some of the other things mentioned in the accreditation handbook, increasing parental involvement. Do we have any exciting new ideas? Are we working on brainstorming?
Well, you know, when each school goes through their site planning process, which is all encompassing, and we have parents involved in that process, it is absolutely something we talk about.
Right.
One of the other areas that's not related to the accreditation handbook, we have a Title I parent involvement policy as well. That doesn't just impact our Title I schools, but all of our schools. And so we work really hard on parent involvement, especially with our Title I schools.
Sure. And just even on a more organic level, I'm throwing it out because that's one of the root causes of lowers academic success. You know, we speak about it in here. We've spoken about it often.
Sure.
So just on that constant level,
right,
to be thinking about that. Yep. Go ahead. Come up.
Wait till you get to the mic.
Everyone online wants to hear you.
So I'm like, now I have something.
53 people online.
Oh, I just think one thing, 50, okay, thanks, my audience is dropping off. One thing to think about when we look at root causes, we really look at adult behaviors rather than students. And so that parenting piece, it could be, because sometimes we want to say, but we don't want to look at it from the lens, well, the parents don't get them here on time and they don't this and they don't that. What can we do as educators in the classrooms in the time that we have the kids?
Right.
So that's, I thought that was like an important thing to think about.
Yes.
So because we sometimes, everybody wants to go to, you know, many other reasons and thinking.
Yes.
And so.
And I'm
just-
glad you
Sorry, I jumped out of my
reminded
seat.
me of
Suddenly I
that,
woke
because
up.
in that same DAC meeting, I think you
Right.
said that. It's when we get the students in our doors.
Absolutely. How
That's
can
where
we
the
work
root
with that?
causes
Yeah.
start that we can control. So thank
Yeah.
you for reminding me of that.
Absolutely.
Okay. So speaking about everyone else, other adults in our doors, are we looking plans to increase mentoring and coaching for staff?
Oh, that's a great question. We do a lot of mentoring and coaching in learning services. Currently, we have our TOSAs have undergone a lot of instructional coaching training. They turn around and train teachers in schools. So we do have a lot of teachers in our schools, especially that are like math and ELA focused, that do provide instructional coaching. We also have our professional learning communities that you've heard a lot about. We have contracted with a gentleman named Dr. Tom Manny, who's been working with all of us and coaching our district and a lot of our schools. And that's around looking at standards, creating common assessments, looking at data protocols, instruction, all of those things. So he's been coaching about 7 of our schools this year.
Good.
And we have one of our TOSAs in here tonight, Mr. Brian Thompson, who works in our schools all the time coaching teachers.
Good. Well, thanks for sharing that with
Absolutely.
everybody. So
Yeah.
thank you. Let me check.
Got to introduce you.
I think that's good for now. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
And remember that DAC, this is a big part of DAC's work is accreditation. The other big part is Becky's budget.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Field. I really like the introduction. I just bam. I just really liked it. Who are some of the people external to the district who participate in external reviews?
Yeah, so we invite,
roughly.
oh yeah, so principals invite people they've met at conferences, other educators in local school districts, other principals, like the one I did at Legacy Peak in the fall. There was a principal that Jonathan had met at a project-based learning conference. He was down in Pueblo. He invited him up because he had this special training in project-based learning, which Jonathan was interested in. Oftentimes, principals will call us and say, hey, we're looking at reading instruction, who is really good at reading instruction and can provide a fresh set of eyes for us. So the PSSG team will often connect principals with other people that we know.
That's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Have our schools been good in actually doing the recommendations in the external reviews?
Oh, yeah.
It's great. Okay, good.
So what happens is once the external review is done by the PSSG or APSSG, the feedback gets sent to the principal and then copied on the with the PSSG, and we have a conversation about what do you want to do next, because there are pages of recommendations and you cannot do everything, as you can imagine. So the PSSG will work with the principal and say, hey, what would be your next best step? No, they love it. That's like that's one of their favorite pieces about all this is the external review.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And I hope I'm not getting out of my lane here. This document, it's a good one. It changes a little bit from year to year, but not a great deal. In the aviation world, if there's a change, there's a vertical bar next to it. That means it's changed. So you know what's different from the year prior.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I
going to do
go
that
in-
next year.
Okay, just a thought. Again, I'm not trying to.
But
step on-
I do
but
wanna-
It's nice to go, what's changed from last
Sure.
year? Oh, this changed, that changed. Okay.
But remember on the bottom of page 2, I think I talked to you all about a month ago about the Education Accountability Act of 2009 that it's under audit. And the CDE will be releasing findings from the audit this fall, and so we could see changes.
Yeah, and if it's completely different, you say it's a completely different document. So very good. Any other comments? Thank you, Dr. Field.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, mid-year assessment update, NWEA map growth and Acadience Read Act data. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, we get to talk about student learning. Seems like it's been a long time since we got to talk about student performance learning. So I'll invite Dr. Field back to the podium again and team.
Yes, so this evening, Jolynn Patterson, Director for Assessment, and Andy Ruskin, Director for Literacy, are going to share a mid-year update on how our students are performing.
Sorry, I'm packing my water. Okay, 5 a.m. When I got up and started working on these notes, I was ready to kill it. Right now, we'll see. No.
Jolynn, if I may, each of you have a folder. They're going to reference this folder. Jolynn's materials are on the left-hand side and Andy's are on the right-hand side. So these are additional documents for you all. Does everybody have their folder? Okay.
And we're going to cue you, or I'm
Yeah.
going to cue you, and I think Andy will follow Andy and I, she's going to follow my modeling. All right, so Andy and I have information to share with you, and so we will be focusing tonight on map growth. Next slide, please. So I want to spend a little time just because we're all kind of new together, building a little bit of background around assessment and some of the things that we've worked on over the last 3 or 4 years. This is my 6th year in the position, so we've just been working on some things. So this slide speaks to a balanced assessment system. So about 4 years ago, the assessment program department went under a program review, and we do that in the district across all the different programs we do. And so in that process, we brought together a whole group of stakeholders, teachers, principals, and we spent time talking about assessments in District 20. What did it look like? What did we need? Through that process, a couple things came out of it. One was this definition, and we'll look at this a little bit more in just a second. And then the other piece that came from it is we really felt like we had a need for a new assessment tool. And so the second year, we spent the first year really talking about what did we have, what did we need, and I know I've spoke to this a little bit this fall when I presented, maybe even in December when we did E11, is that we really looked at creating this definition, and then a graphic organizer we'll look at in just a second. It's your first handbook or handout on the left side of your notebook, but we're not there yet. You can look, but we're going to move there in just a second. So we developed this definition. It's like the kids, kids don't move until I tell you to. We really built this definition that's guided a lot of our work over the last 3 years. And so this definition says that a balanced assessment program or system is a network of fair, varied, and reliable assessment tools, assessment practices, and assessment data systems that provides information for the common purpose of improving student learning. I think tonight that's been a common theme. We're all here about student learning and improving. So we started with that definition. And then on the next slide, like magic, is the framework. I realize some of it, you're going to need your spectacles tonight if you're someone, or maybe a magnifying glass later. So sorry, it's hard to get all this information. I can send you electronically anything as well, so you can maybe see it a little more clearly. But this is the framework that we built during that process over that time. And so what I want to do is go ahead and move. So right now you'll see that there's 4 categories or 4 layers to this. So if we move to the next slide, that handout, first one in your handbook or in your folder, looks at 4 different types of assessments. The 3 big categories are formative assessments, benchmark assessments, and summative assessments. There is a subgroup or subset under formative assessments, and I will tell you, Andy served on that team with me. We spent a long time talking about this subset and where these pieces fit in for specifically progress monitoring, where we're looking at students individually and we're seeing how they're progressing. A lot of times they are being served through maybe an MTSS or an RTI process where we're really looking at what kind of supports do the students need. And so tonight, Andy, her presentation will be focusing on that example of Acadience that fits under that subset of formative assessments. And then I will be presenting on NWEA map growth, which fits under a benchmark assessment. So just building some structure and some background about the different types of assessments. You'll see that things like CMAS, PSAT, SAT fit in that summative, because that's a once a year big picture look. And so I just wanted you to have that reference in that background as we look forward. So the next slide is I'm doing a little background here, a little more background. This year, the Learning Services team, as Dr. Field had just shared a little bit ago, we work really closely with our schools and administrators. And so we have a process that we call Support to Schools. And this year, in support of the new strategic plan, data has always been important, but we've just put an extra emphasis on it. So 4 times this year, we have scheduled opportunities where our TOSAs and ourselves have led work with our principals. And so we've sat for an hour or 2 hours at a time, showing them how to access the information, doing protocols, and work with them. So this is just a cycle. It's just a visual graphic that we've been working with them on. So you can see on the outer layer, it looks at a process of you start with the data, which is measuring and assessing, information and analyzing, knowledge, which looks at synthesizing and prioritizing, decision making, where we would adjust information, and then action, where we would implement information. These data cycles that we've worked on, we are also doing the same work with our school assessment coordinators, fondly referred to as the SACs, and then the state makes that name up. And then our instructional coaches. So we have times throughout the year that we meet with them as well. So we've got 3 groups of people at each school that are getting the same information. So then that makes it more, we're really working to make it sustainable and making sure that our schools have the tools they need to then, because we use a train the trainer or teach the coach kind of model where they can go back and work with their schools. Because there are not enough of us to support 40 schools all the time every day. And so that train the trainer allows us to train core groups of people and then send them into the schools and support that process. So the next slide looks at how this ties to professional learning communities. So this is a second graphic that we've used during this process. So PLCs, next slide, Mr. Giacoletti. The next slide looks at, so PLCs, the 4 questions of the PLC are so it sort of starts up here in the top right corner of your the slide. What do we want students to know and be able to do is the first question we start with. How will we know they've learned it? Because that's a really important question. And then how will we respond when they haven't? How are we going to support kids and ensure that they've learned it? And then in addition to that, how will we respond if they already know it? Because we don't want to just stop and have kids not engaged or in the classrooms participating. So I just wanted you to have some of those background pieces, and we could talk about tonight. We do not have time tonight to go into detail. No, I'm just kidding. But I wanted to build a little bit of background and share with you some of the experiences that our principals and our leaders in the district have been working on and sharing together. So the next piece we're going to look at is really going to start looking at our MAP growth data. So Mr. Sacalini, next slide, please. So you'll remember, I'm sure this was riveting, in December, Dr. Field and I did the giant E11 report and spent a lot of time talking about it. So that report looks at data from the previous year. So that really looked at 2021. Tonight, we're going to look at data for Andy and myself, correct? For fall of this school year to winter. So this year's 21 to 22. So we're really looking at how did students test in the fall compared to how they tested in winter. And so that's the piece that we're going to be looking at with MAP growth. Next slide, please. So with MAP growth, this is just a structure of when and how these assessments occur. So they are expected to be done by schools in the fall and the winter. The reason spring is optional is because we have so many other assessments happening at the same time. We want to be careful with assessment fatigue. Because in the spring, we have CMAS testing, IB testing, SAT testing, AP testing, PSAT, finals at the high school. And so we let our schools choose for the spring, but we definitely want that fall to winter data. And so the areas that they're testing are language arts or reading in grades 4 through 9. It is optional for grades K through 3. And so a little bit of background and history with that is when we originally chose MAP growth from NWEA, as our assessment tool, we had planned to test kids kindergarten through 9th grade. That July, all best plans always have a little, thing. So that July, the state changed the requirements for READ Act and what assessments we could use, and they stopped allowing MAP growth to be an assessment. So we pivoted and I'm gonna go with that word. And so Because our K-3 students had to test on Acadience to meet that requirement, we have made it optional in reading for schools to test kids K through 3. They have access to it if they want to, but we have not made that an expected grade level testing. So math, we test kindergarten through 9th grade this year. So this is the second year we've used Map Growth, so it was very new to us. So a year ago fall was difficult because here we picked this great new tool. I was thinking to myself, well, that was really good timing. We're in a remote learning environment in a lot of cases. We've got all sorts of things going on, and we're trying to teach our staff and our students how to take a new assessment. So this year's felt a lot better. Like I feel like we've learned a lot. I would say I'm a lot smarter than I was a year ago when I gave this presentation regarding our Map Growth scores. And so with that, this is 3 weeks in, just a little disclaimer. With our math this year, our principals, we went to our elementary principals because originally we had done 3rd through 9th grade. That was historically the grade levels that we had tested with Star Renaissance that we had before this tool. And we said, you know, we have access to this tool. We have the funds. Would you be willing to go K through 9? And so they all said, absolutely. So we are now, so you'll see when we get to, there's a graph page in a minute where you'll see in last year's school year, it was optional to test K through 3, but this year everyone has agreed to test K through 9. So that's the background piece of that. So next slide, please. It works better when I say Sakalidi. Yeah, look at that. Okay. So this next part looks at starting just to give some background information about this assessment because it is kind of unique in some of the things it looks like. So this assessment provides the instructional level. So what it looks at is what are students ready to learn. So it identifies what each student is ready to learn. It provides us an instructional level more than a grade level. So some assessments will say, okay, you've learned everything you need to learn for 3rd grade, but this one's really looking at wherever Jolyn is on the from kindergarten through 12th grade. We can test kids in all the grade levels. Where is she? What skills and standards, the Colorado academic standards, has she mastered? And which ones is she really ready to learn? So it's really looking at what am I ready to learn as a student? And this assessment gives us so much more information. And I know Brian, as a TOSA who works with, like, and he's the math guy, so thank God he's here to help me. No, thank God he put those 4 kids to bed and came back. That's why we all were like, what are you doing here? No, and our team, you know, looking at all those pieces and working together. And then it provides a real roadmap, just the level of detail the reports give us. And so really just thinking about what are students ready to learn rather than mastery. Next slide, please. So this assessment is a computer adaptive assessment. It means that it dynamically adapts to the student's current level based on their responses. So if the student misses several questions, it will get easier or harder until it balances out and figures out the level that the student's working at. And so it really gives us accurate data for students at all levels of achievement because it's not like, oh, they got 100%, it's done. It will let us know if they're working at a higher level or a lower level and what things they are ready to learn next. So next slide, please. This assessment does take a little longer than our previous assessment. So at first everyone was like, oh my gosh, we're going to spend 50 minutes on this assessment. But they've really bought into it now because the depth of information we can get about each student is way more helpful than we've had in the past. So typically, because it adapts to the student, they will see about 40 to 53 questions. It will give them an overall score. So right now we're doing ELA and math, actually, and we're getting ready to do some science in very rare situations where students could identify as being gifted in the area of science. And so we're going to be using this as one test, one assessment that the state will allow for that use. And so it provides an overall score for the subject. It highlights goal area scores for kids, so it'll really break it down and let us know what specific areas they can be working on. And there's about 40 to 53 questions. It does take them typically about 50 minutes. The first year we saw it was closer to an hour, but now that we know, kids have experiences, teachers have experiences, it just gets smoother. The more you fly airplanes, the better it goes, right? Same kind of thing. Next slide, please. So this assessment uses a unique scale score called a RASH unit scale, or a RIT score. So I put the link in here. I think Mr. LaValle in the past has had a lot of questions and a lot of, so if you're someone who wants to really know what's behind that, that's the very detailed version. It's an equal interval. It shows growth over time, and it's independent of grade level. And so it really lets kids move through from a score, from the lowest score to the highest score, depending on where the student is at. Sorry. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to eat another cough drop. I brought one. Uh-oh, maybe it's automated, Mark, because it's missing some of it, but I don't think it should be, but okay, there we go. Thank you. So in your handy dandy handouts, this is your next handout behind that. You don't have to study it tonight, but I wanted to make sure you had that normative data in front of you so that you could look at those RIT scores. You just want to read the titles carefully because it'll say it's for fall, it's for winter, what content area. And so we will probably look a little bit more at that when we actually start looking at the reports, but I wanted to provide that for you. So it'll show beginning, middle, and end of year. All of the norming is done off of the 2020 norms from NWA map growth. So that is current. It's not like it's not no longer valid and reliable. Maybe I just gave, yeah, probably. I wanted to make sure you really saw that, Heather.
Ms. Patterson?
No, it's just me. Well, and if you could have seen my office earlier, who knows what could be in there.
I wasn't trying to call you out.
Yeah, you got my grocery list. Whew.
If I may, since this is and I forgot to mention it, this is a fairly long and lengthy and important briefing. If you all have questions as we go, I think that's probably a reasonable thing to just raise your hand and say, hey, I got a question. Let's just jump in. Okay.
Ready.
And so these are District 20 student norms.
Those are NWA map growth. So
these are national norms.
Yes, correct. So the next slide looks at some of the metrics. So I provided you with some definitions. Tonight we're really going to focus on MGP, which is the median growth percentile, or we're going to look a little bit at, I had to pick and choose. So last year I did do this a little differently, I will tell you, because I really do feel like I'm smarter. Brian would probably agree, we're all a little smarter a year later than we were last year when I was like, we were just getting the data and I was trying to decide what I should present and share with you. So I feel like tonight we're on target for what we need to look at, but I just wanted you to have those definitions. And if you have questions, you can certainly ask me here as we go along. And I'm just glad Brian's here too. He's always a good little helper. So let's see, we looked at norms. So now we're going to look at the next slide, and you have a handout for this because I realized what I wanted to do is across the district, our principals, our TOSAs, our directors, this is what we're looking at when we're looking at scores. So you have a screenshot of it, the same thing that's in your handy dandy folder. Page 2 is reading.
So can I just ask a quick? So this handout is actual District 20 student scores?
Yes.
This is the norms.
Correct.
For the, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So what I realized, I don't know, at some point that today is math. So you have to look carefully in the corner of your assessment up there. It's in a pink highlight. It'll tell you which assessment you're looking at. So tonight, because the system, sorry, next time I'll put them in the right, I'll put them in a different order, but the system spits out math first and then reading. I gave you reading then math tonight. So we're actually going to start with looking at reading. So the slide on the screen right now is looking at reading. So if you just flip, and what I learned is if you just hold it like this, you can see both at the same time because we have more grade levels there. And so you can see the bar graph. So just a couple of highlights that were on here. Really what we want to focus is on the grade levels on the far left. So for reading, the expected grade levels, the ones that we're saying schools are testing are grades 4 through 9. Schools have the option of testing additional students, so that's where you'll see those other grade levels. But when we look at data across the district, we're really looking at those pieces. So we're going to look at that far left column, or far left column, and then on the far right, I want you to go to the very last column. That's where they call it student median conditional growth percentile. It's an MGP, and the reason that I'm using that vocabulary is when we get CMAS scores this fall, we're going to see a lot of MGPs. Typically, it's on the orange and blue results. So we'll be talking about that when we get scores for that area. So Mark, could I have the next slide, please? This is just a snippet. I just took the far left and the far right. I feel like you have it in front of you on there. You don't really, but I was keeping us on pace here. Could I have the next slide, please? So this piece, so when we're looking at MGP, you see those scores for all of our students. These I've coined as the candles. So when you're looking at the candles, so the MGP is looking at growth. It's looking at students from fall to winter. So it's the exact same students, the exact same test, everything. Achievement often will look at just students that were sitting in the classroom today. So one clarifying before I start talking about the candles is I want you to know is this report is for achievement as well as growth is looking at the same students. Okay, so that's unusual for when we look at some other assessments. So it's unique to this report. So I just want you to have that little background piece. So when we look at the candles, there's two things we're looking at. We're looking at observed growth. So what really happened, how much growth did we have, which is the purple or the candlestick in my mind, because a lot of ours look like candles, but we really don't want candles at the end of the day. But ours look like candles. And then the grade level predicted growth. And so that grade level triangle, we want that triangle to fall. We want our purple, blue, whatever you want to call it, candle to supersede the flame or the triangle. That's not a triangle. What is that? Diamond. So yeah.
Jolene, can you
yes.
help my walnut-sized brain here?
Well,
so
try, Will.
So as we see these descending bars, right? You explain that in layperson terms.
Don't worry about the slant.
I do worry about that.
I know, but you don't have to. In this case, do you agree with me, Brian? He doesn't have to worry about the slant. What you're concerned about is the flame in, like we want the flame more in the purple. So it doesn't matter, like we're not really looking at the slant. It's because I'm guessing, oh geez, so this is a hard one. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the disparity between the fall and winter, right? So, right?
Yes. So
I'm just wondering why 4th versus 9th. You know, there's less growth as you move along. And again, that's walnut-sized brain coming into play here. So I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah. Brian's
I'm
gonna
like,
help.
Brian, come help me. Sorry, I'm trying to like rationalize. Feel free. Yeah. Welcome, meet Brian Thompson, extraordinaire TOSA. He really Casey's his person, but we all work together. Thanks, Brian, for being my helper.
Yeah, no problem. So as students get higher in grade levels, they're getting closer to the top RIT score, so there's less room for growth. So the expected growth decreases by grade level. So typically, you know, at the kindergarten level and so forth, I mean, half of a year, we're looking for our kids to grow almost 10 points. And then when you get to really in middle school, a year's worth of growth is really only like 4 points or so. Because they're getting so close to the top of the band.
And that's how I read it, because, you know, somebody in 4th grade could have a big reach in terms of their capacity, right?
Yep.
And so obviously that diminishes on that RIT scale, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So I
And
just
on
wanted
that
to make
norm
sure.
sheet, thank you, Brian, that's what I was thinking. But on the norm sheet that we looked at, you'll see that, like as they get to like 12, you know, you'll see. Oh, microphone. I was like, what? The microphone. On the norm sheet, you'll see where the point differences get very small as they get higher up. So Brian has the technical. Me, don't worry about the slant. No.
No, but I think that's important because your visceral reaction looking at this.
Because we want to look at each grade level individually. Right? It's not a comparative. Absolutely. We're really worried about where that diamond is and compared to the candle. Okay. So that is, yep.
One other quick question. Sorry. The norms, the projected growth, is that roughly 50th percentile, or is that on? So
for the median, so the far right hand side, we're looking for close. A 50 makes us feel like we're pretty close. A lot of the percentiles, so when we look at CMAS, a comparative data point is 41-ish to 62, 61-ish.
Okay.
61.
And so are the candles representative of the flames themselves,
yes.
representative of the 50th? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. The candles. I know. The rep was like, "Oh, I've never heard anyone do that," and I'm like,
You
"Well,
you
it
have
makes
coined
sense
it.
to me.
It's perfect.
They make sense. Like I could do that part." Okay, how are we feeling? We're good? Okay. So next slide, please. So this is I just made a chart for you so that you could see comparative, because this is a lot to look at when you're trying to track it. To look at how we performed, because remember, we've only had this assessment 2 years. And so, and we've tested 4th through 9th grade in reading. So looking at grades 4 through 9, the first one is, so when you think of a percentile, you're thinking about an achievement score. So those are achievement scores. So those are looking like our scores are looking very strong across the board. And then the next 2 columns look at those growth MGP, that median growth percentile. And so you can see looking across at those grade levels.
So the percentile is, example, 5th grade in 2022. Our average student was in the 82nd percentile nationwide.
Yes, so they did 80, they were, yes,
Okay,
better than 82% of
That's-
the other students.
those are excellent scores.
Yep.
That's like, we
No,
should.
they were very strong. And
is
we've
that up on
asked the
yeah, that's
rep,
up on the
like,
screen.
like, we're like, is this right? Is this good? Or, you know,
And is this,
absolutely.
is this compared to quote norms pre-COVID, or is this norms?
So the
during-
2020 norms have stayed solid. So they were done. So the data collected to create their 2020 norms were done before COVID.
And is that what this is comparing
Yes,
to?
it's all based on their,
So pre-COVID,
yes,
our kids in
yes,
2022, example,
Yes.
5th grade, were in the 82nd percentile nationwide.
yes.
That is excellent. I gotta say, I think that's excellent. Now, can you give a little more detail for the final 2 columns, the MG?
So the MGP is the median growth percentile. So,
So the
you
first
can-
one is in essence achievement. The second one is growth. That's what we're
Absolutely, yep,
talking.
correct.
Okay.
You
Got
feel
it,
good about
got
that
it.
now? Okay.
So in 50th percentile is average growth.
Yep.
So our growth is, I would say, roughly average.
And we look like, yes, like
Okay.
41, we might want to see, which this second year, so in 22, 5th grade is what I was looking at. That's a little, like that would be, we'd want to watch that and take, but they moved to a 48, you know, our 5th graders, which kind of makes sense because, you know, this you can kind of think about your diagonal. Well, even though it's not exactly the same kids, but the 2nd graders are now 3rd graders. The 3rd graders are now 4th graders. So you can kind of look at it that way as well. It's not an exact science because, you know, we aren't looking maybe at the same children, but it's a cohort of kids that move forward. And as we know, district enrollment has moved a lot in the last year and a half.
What percent of our kids took these tests? 95%?
It pretty much everyone.
Everybody. Okay,
It's
super.
expected that all, like we really monitor and watch. And so in the
Yeah.
second column from the left is the number of students that participated. So like for math, if we look down, kindergarten, 1,190 students. And so if we looked at our weekly enrollment, it's going to be really
Good,
close
good.
to.
Okay.
Remember, this is kids that we had before fall to winter. So if a student came in October, they wouldn't be represented
Right,
here.
right. You
because
had to
we're
have
looking
kids
at
that had taken
comparative
both
data.
tests.
Yes.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so that was reading. Now we're going to do the same thing, good news, with math. So I'm going to move a little faster because this looks at the same things. Grade levels on the left. Always challenged with the left and right thing. And then median growth percentile on the far right. So we have the big picture. Next slide, please. And then we have the snippet, which I don't think we really needed in the end, but when I was thinking this through. Taco lady. Oh, I know what you're doing it. So Mark, once it flips, you can go ahead and go to the third one. Now, do you all, can you paste yourselves over there or you have to wait till my slides get to you, right? Oh, you have the paper too. Okay, but I want my, oh yes, okay. So looking at the candles again. So remember for math, we're looking at grades K through 9. So, and when you look at this, which grade level, I'm going to test y'all, which grade level stands out that we're like, the most? Absolutely. So that's an area that we'd want to think about and just see root cause analysis to see what's happening, what's going on. Is it all schools, one school? Is it a group of students? You know, which when we think about what the last few years looked like, not that we are going to use excuses for our root causes, but we do know that students had exceptional challenges in the last 2 years, especially our little people that may not have had a preschool experience, may not have been in school for kindergarten. And so,
Jillian, if I could real quick, just,
yep.
I think that's an important point. Why, that's a discrepancy across all the data, in at least my mind. So why might that be? And you got to remember the context. I think you have to remember the context of where we were. We have first graders coming in, and I don't want to repeat everything Jillian said, but with very much more inconsistent preparation and backgrounds than we are used to. Some of them may have went to preschool because of COVID, stayed out of kindergarten. You don't have to have kindergarten in Colorado. May have jumped directly to first grade without kindergarten. You know, some others that may have, I mean, it's just been all over the board. So I don't have, that's anecdotal, but you know, across the board, that's, you know, that's an outlier. And I think, at least I think there's some logic with that first grade piece, because that's, you know, some kindergartners, you know, I don't know if there's any other than that, but I think that's reasonable at least.
Yeah, 100. I agree with you completely. I think the one thing we have to think about though is these are our current kids and it's our current reality of where we're at. These are our kids we had this fall. Like, we know there are some things. And so toward the end of my section, we're going to look at catch up, keep up, and some of those terminology. And those are kids that we need to do more than just keeping them up. We need to catch them up. And so we're going to have to move them more than a year's worth of growth or progress, or they're never going to catch up. They're going to be behind forever. So we'll talk about that in a little bit too.
I was going to say, do you feel like that piece that you're talking about with them jumping to first grade? Because I would think that it would show in that kindergarten piece too, you know, as far as that missing kind of coming in. At least that's what my understanding was from people that were doing kindergarten this year. It would have looked a lot similar because they were coming from that background where they sometimes have gone to 2 years of preschool or something like that. I would have assumed that that's probably a lot closer, except for that they may have skipped.
The other, you know, who knows what the answers are to this. You know, it's hard to compare this data at this point when we're coming out of the situation we're in. But so almost put academics aside for a minute. A student who, let's say, never went to kindergarten and appears in first grade is not just learning how to read and do math. They're learning how to socially interact. They're learning how now to, you know, follow the rules of the classroom, the structure, all of those things also are being learned at the same time. They're trying to learn how to read and write. And again, these are just anecdotal pieces, but I know I hear from principals, not just in elementary school, across our grade levels now, about, you know, kids relearning how to be in school. Behaviors are different, and some of that stuff is just relearning completely. And for a student that's never really been in school, and as we all know, kindergarten, you know, you learn some very important things in kindergarten. There's a book written about all you ever needed to know you learned in kindergarten. So if you didn't attend that, then you're probably missing some of those important foundational components.
And I think keep those thoughts in mind when we look at the grid in just a minute too, because you can see the like where kindergarten is on the growth and where first grade is, the actual scores. So actually it's the next slide. So looking at this, when you think about it, so one thing, remember that kindergarten through third grade did not necessarily take math as an expectation in last year's school year. That's why they're even lighter blue. So that's where that asterisk came from. But looking, so at the far right of this, the MGP part, looking at kindergarten. So a year ago, our kindergartners were at 48, and then looking at first grade, they're not that it could be very different kids because we think about enrollment, but that's just something to think about and watch. But if we look at the far right corner, it's where they're right side. They're currently kindergarten made growth at 51 and first grade at 44. So we can see where that candle flame did not hit where we would like them to be because they're not close enough to that 50 range that we're kind of looking for on that median growth percentile. So it kind of gives sense to the numbers, I guess. Okay, we've got a few more. I'm trying to breathe and not cough for you. The next one just looks at, so the next slide looks at the areas of focus. And so we really did see a lot of stability and improvement in grades 4 through 8 and 4 through 8 as well for math and reading. There were some other inconsistencies when you look at K3, like we were just talking about. The other piece is 9th grade looks, I'm going to use the word concerning. It's something that we would want to look at and keep, and working on that piece. So we have worked with elementary and our middle school principals during February, and then we're actually meeting with our high school principals next week to do their data cycle work. So they'll be looking at this information and working on that as a team. I'm sorry. Good. Like moving 8th grade to 9th grade, it could, who knows? But it'll be interesting, to see, because we've spent time with our, as a team with elementary and middle school, and so high school will be next week. And so looking at that piece, I'm curious to see what they come up with too. And that's why it's been so important that we've started doing this data cycle work together, so that the principals sit as a team too, and they can learn from each other, just like in a PLC where you have teacher groups working together. And so what are you doing? And their middle school is extremely competitive with each other, but Susan leads middle. They're always like, what do you have, comparing to each other. So, trying to breathe. Okay. 2 more slides for Jolynn, and then I can.
Jolynn, I was just going to say that could be partly by doing it in that, in the feeder, kind of in that strand that you're talking about, where they're looking at what's coming into them, that it could also be, good opportunity to figure out where your interventionists need to be, that you can start putting people in place to start getting that ready.
Absolutely. And that's the why that PLC work is so important, that our schools are constantly looking, reviewing, and not just like this is a 2 to 3 times a year test, and it gives us a lot of great information. But you think about the school, the schools have really worked to do common formative assessments, and so the TOSAs go out. We're working with several schools right now. Brian's been on a team supporting Eagle View with creating common formative assessments. So, because that's more day to day and more information. So you got that CMAS big picture, you've got MAP growth that paces us throughout the year, and then you've got those classroom assessments that teachers are looking at across to see how did Heather's kids do compared to Jolynn's kids, compared to Andy's kids. Heather's kids were rocking it. Okay, last 2. So you have a handout. So next slide, please. There's a little green guy next in your packet. And so this packet, it'll take you some time to read this, so I'm not going to go through it all, but it's been a handout that we've been using with our principals, our instructional coaches. The vendor for MAP Growth developed it, but it very much speaks to how are we working with kids that need to catch up, keep up, or move up? Because like we just talked about, those kids that are behind, if we don't figure out how to move them forward more than a year's worth of information or content, then they're never going to catch up. And then so we have those 3 categories that we're really looking at how we can work and build together. So how do we know? It goes to those PLC questions. How do we know that students have learned? Or what are we going to teach them first? How do we know they learned it? And what are we going to do about it? And so I just wanted you to have this as a piece of background, and that we've been sharing that with our principals and our administrators as well. And so the next slide just really kind of highlights those 3 areas: catch up, keep up, and move up. And so we're really looking for those students that fit in those categories and be able to look at that piece. So the last, I know you may have questions for me. Getting new drugs today, I called again. Fortunately, I haven't had time to go get them yet. But the last piece I want to share with you is the back of your folder is in response to, I think it might have been Mr. LaValle, you wanted school level information. And so what I will say is we're really kind of evaluating like how to put this in people's hands, because this first piece is really what the schools are looking at. But I know you want to see comparative data, and this report is like this thick when I run it for every school. So the piece that you have, and I know is a little tiny, so if you need me to help you read anything, just let me know, is our visualization. So we take all of this data and we put it in a vendor product called Tableau, and it makes these visualizations to our schools. So they have live access, and I know probably in Will's time, maybe Heather's, like a few years, like maybe 3 years ago, I did a Tableau demonstration of just, it's interactive. And so it's not very conducive to printing because it's really 4 pages, but I got really good with the snippet tool. No. And so I just took screenshots for you because it was the best place to put, so you can see the rankings of the schools. And if you read the tiny words, you'll see that it's reading. So at the top, it'll say district growth. And so you have reading and math growth. And then you have achievement for our schools as well in reading and math. And so I filtered on the expected grade levels. So for reading, when we test 4 through 9, that's the filters I set for this today. Truly, I did this at 5 a.m. this morning. So, well, I just started thinking, you know, you gotta, sometimes things just come to you. Mr. Salt, were you gonna ask me a question?
I was.
I could tell.
So when we see, like, I'm looking at this, Discovery Canyon Elementary's top here, 63 points. We say 63, points are the wrong term, but when we see 63.
That's equivalent to the MGP, so it's like the far right of this.
Perfect, thank you.
That's where I'm smarter this year. Not as smart as Brian, but almost, no. All right, so that is my end of the deal. And then you have Mrs. Rudskin. Yes, keep.
Sorry, I have another one.
No, it's okay.
So when this is reading and math combined?
No, so this one, so the first page is reading growth.
Oh, there it is.
You have to use your, you may not need spectacles yet, but trust me, it's coming someday.
Not yet. I just have to read the page.
Suddenly there's a day where you just all of a sudden can't see. No, that would happen. And then the next one, so they're reading and then, yeah.
I got it now. Thank you so much. Yep.
Absolutely.
Testing. Good. That sounds better. I thought there was some magic, like filter, where now I'm all freaked out. Okay. I too will start with a little bit of background knowledge, and please feel free to interrupt or just jump in if you have a question along the way. District 20's READ Act screening assessment is required by state law. We utilize the Acadians Reading Test, formerly known as DIBELS, which stands for Dynamic Indicators of Basic Early Literacy Skills, DIBELS, which has been around a long time. The test is given to kindergarten through 3rd grade students 3 times a year. Some of our schools also give the test to 4th and 5th graders, but that is optional. This assessment differs from NWEA MAP growth in that it measures specific skill acquisition along a continuum of foundational reading skills. Data collected shows each student's level of acquisition along the continuum and provides teachers with the important instructional next steps. In accordance with READ Act law, any student who demonstrates a significant reading deficiency, typically indicated by scoring in the well below range for 2 or more benchmark periods, is required to have a READ Act plan, which outlines a targeted intervention plan and ensures regular progress monitoring and communication with all stakeholders. Stakeholders. In addition to the PowerPoint presentation, you have some handouts with additional information. And as I present each slide, I'll draw your attention to the information in your handouts if it pertains. Next slide, please. All right, so before we dig into the data, just a little bit of a key. Boy is not a boy. It stands for beginning of year. MOY is middle of year. And anytime you see red or yellow, that really represents our below or well below students. Green and blue, on the other hand, is the on grade level or above grade level. It's a little more simple than in WEA. 4 colors. All right, so next slide, please. Oh, nope, you're there. Don't say. All right, so it's important to note the Acadians Reading Assessment looks different for students both within the year and from year to year. This chart shows what subtests each grade level takes
and at what time of year. For example, at the start of the year, kindergarten students take the first sound fluency test. This lone test generates the student's composite score. Then at mid-year, kindergarten students take the first sound fluency test, the phoneme segmentation test, and the nonsense word fluency test. All three of these subtests then contribute to the student's composite score. You can see for grades 1 and 2, there are also changes from the beginning of the year to the mid-year test. Only third graders take the same subtest from beginning of year to mid-year, although the target scores increase each time the test is taken. Further explanation of each subtest is in your handouts on page 3. So if you want to know a little bit more about what it's like to take those assessments, that is there for you. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to start at just looking at all of our K-3 students together. You can see that at the beginning of the year, to the far right of the bars, that we had 5,665 kindergarten through third grade students take the test. And at mid-year, so the second bar down, we had 5,649 tested. So almost all of our students in both cases. Below in the table is a percent of the students well below or below shaded in yellow and at or above shaded in green at the beginning of the year and mid-year. Overall, 8% more students, which was approximately 460 students, are now on grade level than were at the beginning of the year. And if you would like to see the information disaggregated by school, you have that in your handout on page 2. Also, on that same sheet, you'll find the national percentages of proficiency by grade level, so you can use that as a comparison point. That's at the bottom of page 2. Next slide, please. Now we're going to take a closer look at each grade level. When looking at kindergartners, students on or above grade level have increased by 13% from the beginning of the year to mid-year. There are some variables to consider when looking at this data. First, as mentioned, kindergartners are assessed on additional skills at mid-year. Another variable is that the beginning of year window is very broad. So some of our kindergartners were tested in early August during our testing days that we provide to elementary schools, but some were tested in early October. This wide kindergarten testing window allows schools, if they choose, to give the new and young students a chance to get settled before formally assessing them. There are pros and cons to each testing time, but if a school does choose to first assess in October, scores tend to show less growth at mid-year due to less instructional time between the two benchmark tests given. Last year, kindergarten students improved by 2% at the mid-year benchmark. We attribute improved gains this year to increased in-person learning and greater implementation of structured literacy practices. And if you'd like to know more about structured literacy practices, that is on the bottom of page 3.
Ms. Ruskin?
Yes.
Quick question. So the improvement is based on the norm, if you will. Is the norm for beginning of year the same as the norm for middle of year, or do they use different norms? Because this kindergartner should have learned some things. Because it seems like every time we're doing better, is that simply because it's the same norm for the entire kindergarten, or are we doing better than the average nationwide in improvement? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So really, and when we talk about the specific percentage improvement, I'm really just talking about that many more students are in that proficient area, so green or blue. So for example,
that
going
proficiency level does not change?
But it does. So we're both looking at the number who've improved, so gone up a quartile, and that the test is more rigorous.
Okay, so it is more rigorous. So
it is.
In theory, everything would be, they'd all stay the same. If every child did average, if you will, it didn't. Okay,
Right.
that's
So
good.
really, everything is scaling up every
Okay,
time you take
even
the
the difference.
assessment.
Okay, good.
Mhm. Other questions at this time?
My children went to school with your children, and one of the things that that principal talked to us a lot about when we would talk about this kind of stuff in our SAC meetings was that when you're a high achieving district or school at that, like Chanette is, it was hard to see that growth, you know, it's anyway, so it's so minimal in some of those things and you want to just, you know, see it jump. But that's one of the things that I was looking at on this page too, with the percentages from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. And there's significant growth in a lot of them. I mean, I look at Doug Valley here.
Doug Valley is a great example.
Yeah, and that's huge.
Mhm.
And anyway, so it's just a thing that I had heard.
Sorry, I'm gonna go back to Mr. LaValle's question. When you're talking about the beginning of the year and the middle of the year, you mentioned that the tests got more rigorous, but does the expectation of proficiency differ? So we make the test harder, but is there also a higher expectation, or is the expectation of performance the same with a harder test? Does that make sense to my question?
It does. So
okay.
Perhaps let me know if I answer your question. So really, for example, kids who at the beginning of the year are green, so they are on level. The only way they're going to stay on level is if they increase their achievement, really. So every benchmark, and I'm going to hold up a visual. I didn't put it in your packet, but I'm happy to run copies. I remember doing that last year. So here's the actual breakdown of each grade level and which assessments they need to take, and it shows kind of every benchmark period how much more we expect kids to do to remain on level. So really, for students who jump a quartile, that's truly closing the gap. So they're just not maintaining their growth, but they're exceeding the typical growth you would expect for when we say years growth in years time. That really wouldn't be enough for any student to really jump from one quartile to the next.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. And happy to make this sheet for you. Ms. Cons?
Okay, so you may have said this already, I apologize, but with this wonderful growth, you know, double digits a lot of time, did we see that prior to COVID year over year?
Good question. So interestingly, we got this data first just last year. So it's an interesting year to kind of get our benchmark data to go from. But we will make a comparison from last year to this year. And when we look, we're excited to continue to look at that trend data and to see what happens for sure.
Okay. And then one more question, just so I can get my vernacular correct, because we're talking about growth and achievement. Where does proficiency fall in? Am I seeing, you know?
Yeah, so here's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
Tell me if I'm off base.
Okay.
So really when as a teacher, as an educator, if my kids are falling in that on grade level band, they are proficient.
Okay.
If they fall in the above, we'd say, you know, kind of going back to kind of a CMAS, they would be exceeding expectations. They would be above rating level. And then yellow, slightly below. And that red is that well below.
Sure.
Does that help?
It does. I thought so. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I appreciate that. We throw a few different terms.
Okay, thank you.
That's only with regard to achievement. There is not a proficiency yellow, red, blue, green for growth.
Right.
That is
So
correct.
it's more tied to achievement. Okay.
Yep. That.
Okay.
All right. I think we're on the next slide. Did I finish kindergarten? I don't know. Okay, thank you. All right, first grade. So moving to first grade, students on or above grade level has increased by 14%. That's about 300 more students. While this improvement is significant, it is less than last year. So last year we had a gain of 23%. We attribute this difference to the removal of cohorting in schools. So last year when we saw a tremendous need for support in first grade after our kindergartners weren't in school for that final quarter, schools really made an intentional decision to place reading interventionists and additional support in their first grade classrooms. These supports these individuals really stayed with those specific first grade classrooms, unable to support other grades due to those cohorting parameters. So once the class was together, they stayed together, and that really included those additional support personnel as well. This year, we're fortunate that our interventionists can support students across grade levels and classrooms, which has resulted in larger gains in kindergarten, second, and third grade. The downside is that ongoing full day support that occurred in many first grade classrooms last year has been, you might say, diluted. This outcome is something to consider when planning and acting to increase reading scores for all students. One thing we think is perhaps our most valuable resource is people rather than programs. Next slide, please. Any questions on first grade? All right. Second grade. As we look at the second grade group, you can note that this is the same group of students that finished their kindergarten year virtually. Last year as first graders, their classrooms were flooded with support, and now as second graders, their school experience is more typical, yet still influenced by the pandemic. We're encouraged to see that 3/4 of our students are at or above grade level at this point in the year, but it's not enough. As you will see in a few slides, purposeful collaboration and intentional efforts are being made to move all students to a level of proficiency, green or blue. As students get older, the more challenging it is to move them to proficiency. And because the goal is that all students are reading on grade level by the end of third grade, action is being taken to provide every student with the support and instruction they need. Next slide, please. Finally, we'll look at our third grade. Third grade results look much like our second grade. Third grade is the only grade in which the subtests remain the same from beginning of the year to mid-year, but that on-level benchmark score increases. For third grade, it's 70 words read per minute correct to 86, just for example. And the days benchmark, and there's an example of the days in your handout, that benchmark score increases from 8 correct selections to 11. So just an example of how to stay on level, you really have to be improving. As with second grade, we feel the urgency to address the needs of our below students and get them reading on grade level. In addition to ongoing intervention this summer, schools and learning services department will be providing targeted tutoring to our second and third grade students below level. The district level tutoring program will prioritize our support, reaching out first to those second and third grade students in the red and yellow. Schools too will prioritize their support, but will potentially cast a wider net, providing support to students K-5 and performing at different levels of achievement. We're fortunate to be able to continue to tap into our ESSER funding to support our summer programming. Although an ongoing challenge that we continue to face is teacher capacity to continue teaching during the summer and family capacity to continue schooling. We know families need breaks too. We aim to make our summer programming fun and manageable for all, and will continue to think creatively on how we can best serve our students and community. Questions?
So this may be for the whole learning services team. So on the handout, and I'm not sure everybody can see this, on the disaggregated page at the very bottom.
Yes.
It's encouraging data relative to D20 versus national base percentages.
Yeah.
But the national base percentage is disturbing, right? So let's just take third grade, beginning of year, 63%. How is that? And this is for Susan, for the whole team. So if nationally we're at 63%, is it the right standard?
It's concerning, isn't it?
Well, it's
very
concerning. So if the threshold is here and everybody is here, right, 63%, we're outperforming that, which is relative, and that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the right standards in play, right? So nationally.
Yeah.
So maybe a stupid question, but it's so obvious that nationally everybody's underperforming at every grade level. Is basically what it's saying. Right?
Mhm. And Andy, are these norms or these are percentages for right now, this school year, right?
These are current percentages this school year.
It'd be interesting
I
to see
understand, but I would say nobody's ever been at 100%, right?
Right, correct.
Right.
Right, for myriad reasons, right? So, but is it the right reading standard?
You think, or is it the right benchmark? Is it too high?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking the question.
I could probably talk a really long time to any.
No, it would be more
About my
encouraging to see people in the 80s or whatever.
Yes.
But there's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of people left behind.
Oh,
at
for sure.
At 37%,
For sure.
right?
Yeah, at the end of third grade.
Yeah.
And the window of opportunity really starts to close after third grade if you're not reading on grade level.
Well, that's the point I'm making.
Yep.
You know,
We have a lot of kids nationally. Well,
right.
and this
The
sample group
trajectory
is,
stinks.
yep.
We're not going to let that happen here.
No, not here.
No.
Is that like an open bar discussion or something that we're having? So, yeah. But, well, it's just disturbing. I mean, I'm encouraged by our performance. But it begs the question.
Grade and her classroom and her dynamics and the challenges she has. You have to think about how, what that situation, sorry, Andy, I had a real life example. Just jumped right out of my chair, but, like I think about, and that, because they're part of this, group of students as well, so you have to think about where they all come from. And so we are
Oh, yeah, there's
fortunate.
socioeconomic, FRL. I mean, I
absolutely.
understand all the variables. It's just, it's disturbing.
It's interesting to look at different states and their laws around reading as well. I think that's.
I sat in a first grade class in LA, and it was the migrant workers came in, and in January it would be like a whole new class started. So those kind of things are all playing into that.
I worked in a classroom a lot like that out in Kansas. That was a long time ago. All right, so next slide, please. So quick comparison, looking at last year compared to this year, both at that mid-year mark. You can see that all of our grades are performing better, except for that first grade group. Not that they're not performing well, but their growth wasn't quite as dramatic. So really, some of the things we attribute that to is last year, cohorting, quarantines, inconsistencies in the learning environment and instructional delivery certainly all impacted student learning. This year, reestablishing flexible grouping structures for intervention, wider intervention opportunities, and more regular and stable in-person learning for our youngest students has had a positive effect on achievement. But as mentioned previously, there's still good work to be done. Next slide, please. So while we're happy about the increase, we know just looking at data will not continue to move the needle. It is the intentional actions we take based on the information we've gained that will result in increased learning and success for our students. This slide and the next outline steps we are taking to support all of our students, especially those reading below grade level. You may be aware of the required 45-hour READ Act training that all K-3 teachers of reading are required to complete. Many of our teachers have, and that's very exciting. Implementing and improving on our structured literacy practices is providing the explicit and sequential instruction struggling readers need. Teacher teams at schools are collaborating, utilizing individual student data to inform classroom instruction and intervention for individuals. In response to somebody's question, forgive me, I don't remember who asked, but I also wanted to share that most of our elementary teachers, K-3, and administrators do tie this data to their evaluation. School structures that protect intervention time, such as target time or win time, ensure that all students receive targeted intervention that supports their specific learning needs. And I do want to also point out this isn't just for kids below level or well below, it's for all students. So really that win time, those target times, no matter where you fall, it's about individualized instruction for each student. Next slide, please. Principals too are working collaboratively with the desire to learn from each other and replicate effective practices. The elementary administrators are sharing their data and practices openly. In fact, tomorrow, principals from our schools with the greatest improvement rates will be sharing with our colleagues the structures, practices, and resources to which they attribute their gains. Principals will be supported in reflecting and developing plans so that their schools and students benefit from new learnings and inspired ideas. Our school is to continue to communicate and collaborate with families. Families with students that have READ plans or other learning plans contribute to the plan development and receive regular updates. We are also learning about and beginning to utilize Acadient's reading resources developed specifically for families to be able to use at home that are designed around their individual child's learning needs. School teams are taking a close look at their reading resources and programs to assess their strengths and weaknesses. 12 of our elementary schools, after identifying program deficits, have implemented new reading programs or are investigating new reading programs. Through multiple levels of rigorous screening processes, all programs adopted have been approved by the state as they must be READ Act approved programs, the ASD 20 board, thank you, and school level teams of stakeholders. And you should know, getting a program past a kindergarten teacher or one of our dyslexia specialists is very difficult. Finally, we are planning for the summer. Reading tutoring programs will be offered at 14 school sites and centrally. We will prioritize our program, focusing on those students that need the most support to close their learning gaps. On top of all of this, we will continue to think creatively, keep abreast of research, monitor progress, and train and support our teachers so that they are knowledgeable, capable, and inspired to provide excellent instruction to each of their students. And that's all I have for you. Are there any other questions?
Not so much a question. I just want to say thank you to both of you for bringing this in. I know, excuse me, these presentations, I mean, this is why we're here. And so being able to see the data, see how things are going, it's honestly, it's my favorite presentation. Don't tell Mr. Smith because he has some really interesting easement presentations, but this is by far one of my favorite presentations. I love to see how we're doing and how, I mean, like I said, this is why we're here. This is everything that we do is affecting this. And so thank you for bringing the data. Phenomenal job. Thank you so much for all the work that you guys are doing.
Happy to do it.
Yeah, I too, I echo those sentiments. This is why we're here. This is what we're doing. I just really appreciate what you do. You know, when I went to the elementary schools, I visited mine a couple weeks, 3 weeks ago. It was like they were just on it. Yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that, and it's so good. And then I hear you all, yeah, we're concentrating on this area, and we see this, and we're looking at this data. That's why we do this testing, and that's why we have this data. So I really appreciate it. When I look here, I look at like DCC Elementary, right? Not #1 in growth and #1 in achievement for.
I used to be at DCC.
But it's yeah. But
Andy was
my hats off to
Andy
Mr.
was
Scott. My hats off to Mr. Scott. But I will say this. I suspect, if not the lowest, he probably has about the lowest free and reduced lunch percentage of any school in our district. So again, and not to take away anything from him, but I just one last comment, and I wouldn't even mention except we talked offline. If we could get our retired people out there in our community to come in and read to kids. I think y'all, but again, you said you agreed. That just seems so helpful. And my goodness, we can pay a minimum wage in essence. I don't have an answer, and I'm not saying y'all need to do to try to get those retired military people or whoever, but just to come and sit down and read what a potential untapped resource or limited resource, a limitedly tapped resource that we have in our community. So just thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. LaValle, you also saw me teaching kindergarten at Chinook, so
Oh,
make sure
yes.
you check out those scores.
Oh, they're doing great as well. Yeah, Andy, way to go. That's awesome. Thank you. All right, I got to find out where we are here. Okay, next is Resolution 160-22, approval of primary textbooks for core curriculum by middle school mathematics grades 6 through 8. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Ms. Cons.
Thank you. So my notes here are a compilation of conversations with lots of different people because I had to think and pray on this, taking these specific books off of our consent agenda for a long time. Just trying to do my due diligence, which is what I'm here for. Thanks to Ms. Killingsworth for a great discussion last week, and I felt like we really heard each other and got to learn, just different viewpoints. So it was refreshing. So thank you for sharing your thoughts on these texts. Basically, in our students' math classes, although we have some new data that's a little bit more brighter than I had previously referenced, they do not need, nor can our students afford, distractions from instructions in mathematics. When like Mr. Timby said, but on a different vein, but he said everyone is underperforming at every grade level nationally. That speaks to why I was concerned about these books. When American students rank 31st for math proficiency in nation rankings, there's no spare time to spend on anything other than allowing our teachers to instruct in mathematics 100% of the time, while we work to improve our scores and have all students excel in math. You heard the reasoning, what I'm referencing from a few people, parents that had seen these books and spoke tonight. There's lengthy perspective biographies and personal societal questions to answer after each chapter in these 6th through 8th grade math books. And that detracts from the time spent on this core and crucial subject. And it doesn't give our kids every opportunity to thrive in mathematics because of this. So this process obviously began with teachers critically reviewing many textbooks, which I understand they do not submit all for approval. They review more than what we get to see as the public. They were determining quality based on their professional experience. And then in this process, there's a public and the board review period and then a Board of Education vote. And it's because we are supposed to, as a community, critically assess and make judgments accordingly about all these textbooks. So we got to hear a lot of voices, and now this is mine just adding to all the other voices to determine if the curriculum is the best it can be to achieve our goals of academic growth and achieving or surpassing proficiency benchmarks. So in my capacity as a representative of our community, my opinion is that these textbooks do not qualify under the rigorous standards such as we heard from the accreditation handbook. And so that's why I was giving praise to the accreditation handbook, because it's such a concise document speaking to what our purpose of educating is. If we're going to improve academic outcomes, creative and challenging choices must continue to be made to ensure all our students get all the time they deserve to excel in these core studies. So when we look at the intention to incorporate SEL into every subject, the cumulative time spent on SEL, if that's our intention to have it in every subject, that time over the day is huge. And our scores tell us that we need more time devoted to these subjects and not less. And I've posed this question a few months ago, and I've been trying to research answers, and am very open to hearing this, but have we seen improvement in mental health and academic achievement with the introduction of more and more SEL in our curriculum? So I'm just posing the question because I want to know if it's working or not for our students. I believe that when you continuously ask kids about their barriers and setbacks, what type of attitude do we think they're going to acquire about life? The knowledge, skills, and character traits detailed in our end statements are by contrast a positive, hopeful, and life-giving approach to educating our students. And that's where I think we delineate what is the most effective curriculum or not. So really the question that came to me overall is, why are our students being asked in math to solve injustices instead of solving math equations? So it just seemed obvious to me that we just weren't hitting the mark on those core educational standards for math. And furthermore, the focus on our differences does not help foster a community where we all recognize that we're more alike than different, that we're all in the same boat together in our schools, that we have so many similarities, and that we all belong. I stand against sending our energy toward perpetuating the victim mentality. I desire a culture where we acknowledge and accept each student where they're at, and where we as a community desire the best, most successful education in core subjects for our children. And furthermore, Dr. Waldrop mentioned this. He had written us a letter or two to the board as well, and he reiterated it tonight. But I equated it to, I feel like some of this curriculum is causing our organization to become like helicopter parents, where we're attempting to control every emotion and every outcome. We can't ever legislate or regulate human behavior or natural growth, nor can we ever eliminate risk and adversity in life. Growth, fortitude, inner strength come precisely from overcoming our own personal challenges. And I trust our teachers that they have the natural gifts of helping students, of meeting students where they're at, and on a one-on-one basis of supporting them, intervening, catching behavioral problems, whatever it is. I don't think it has a place in these textbooks for our math class. So as a community, I just expect us to all set a high standard of excellence in our homes and in our schools, where differing types of life skills and education occur. We must not deprive parents of the right to exercise their great responsibility in raising their children with their own unique beliefs, behaviors, and attitudes. And I feel these books were infringing on what's primarily the extraneous stuff that is the realm of the home. Thank you.
Ms. Cloninger?
I have a couple of questions, and Tacey, do you mind coming up and speaking to this, since you were the one that helped facilitate a lot of this? I guess one of my first question is the conversation you and I had about this math book specifically being on the CDE, recommended list, and that being part of why it was chosen. I do want to say there have been some misconceptions spoken, at least to my understanding tonight, that there's only about 5 or 6 of these stories at the back of each. It's not at the end of each chapter. It's not at the requirement of every single math problem. But I do want to point out that one of the things that it talked about as far as one of the stories was about a man. They were not teenagers, by the way. They were adults. True, but I think that anyway, the thing that came up to me was this one about the man who was of Asian descent and was categorically put into a place where he was supposed to know math because of that. That is a racism piece that has come into a math class. And to me, I just feel like you can't ignore that if it comes to your classroom. It doesn't just stop because you're in math. It is something that comes up, and it's not just because it was written into the back of the book. It's because we have children of Asian descent that are in 504s and IEPs and have different things. And I'm picking on them only because that's the thing that I had read, but they are dealing with real life issues, and it's not stopping because of where they are in, which classroom they're in. And also, being that my children are in a project-based school, we talk about this a lot with, you know, collaborative working, where we do math and science together. We do project-based, where we collaborate and see how those things go together. And so to me, and I have expressed this, it feels like a good math book, because I looked over the math problems as well. I'm sorry to make you stand there for so long, but it seems to me that we throw out the baby with the bathwater for 5 or so stories that are applicable and maybe aren't even used all the time. I'm just guessing that it's not taking away from the math that's going on in that lesson, and it could be some other way. And so I just wanted to give you the time to like kind of tell us what your thoughts are.
Absolutely, thank you. So yes, in the books, all levels, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, there are the perspectives, and there's about 5 in each one. And really, as the teachers reviewed this, to Ms. Kahn's point, is they definitely looked at using that expert panel review, all the different pieces. So they were really focused on what math skills are being taught through this curriculum. And if you read their reviews, that's really what they're focused on: high level of inquiry, rigor, etc. Now the perspective piece, and Brian can also attest to this, we had conversations, a math teacher is not going to take maybe 5-10 minutes of their math time if they do talk through this perspective. It may be homework where they send it home with students and read about it and then come back and maybe have a discussion. They might use it as, I term it bell work. So as students come in transitioning into class, they might say, here's your bell work, read this. So, and Ms. Kantz and I talked about this a lot too, is the idea of our students need to feel connected and can relate to people who might experience similar things, right? So if you're not good in math and you come in with that mindset, it's really hard to be a learner. And so these perspectives are a way to help people and kids see you can overcome, you can persevere. And like, and just reading in particular the 8th grade, you know, some of the things that stood out to me is teaching kids how to use their voice, overcoming a challenge of not feeling successful in math by having a growth mindset. And so I understand fully that we want to concentrate our time on learning the academic skills, but kids can't learn if they don't feel good about it and they don't feel comfortable about it. And so this is just a way to also help kids connect without taking away from that instructional piece in what we want kids to know and be able to do, which is what Jolene and Andy spoke to a lot for our kids. So the other thing Ms. Kantz mentioned is that she trusts our teachers are professional to interact and engage with students. And I think we would say that about this resource, right? There are perspectives there and we all come from different views, but they're going to use their professional judgment, knowing what their students need academically, but also supporting them in their ability to persevere and overcome to learn math. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. The other piece that I wanted to just touch base on was the fact that you said something along the lines of, because it's CDE approved. No, that's okay, that it's CDE approved. There could be grant money that's tied to the curriculum. They're, in my mind, making it maybe even a possibility that it wouldn't create more, like it would be free or lateral move as far as getting that into the classroom. To me, that would be another, when we're talking about whack-a-mole, that would be a great like filler as far, I'm not saying filler like it's not important, but you know what I mean? Like that would be a piece to think about as you're making a decision about which curriculum to take.
Yeah,
a look
so, and sorry, I forgot you mentioned that
That's
part.
okay.
So CDE, Colorado Department of Education, as you probably know, for READ Act, they have extensive reviews where they look at resources and determine which ones can be utilized and that we can use our READ money for. Well, they have now done that same thing for math and mid-school math. Core curriculum by mid-school math has actually been reviewed and is on that list through CDE as an exemplar resource, if you will, to utilize. The other piece we look at is Ed Reports, and if you look up that review, it got perfect scores actually. So when we think about what we want our kids to know and be able to do, that's really what they're looking at. What are the standards that it's addressing? Is it presenting the material in an inquiry-based, collaborative way, high levels of rigor, that kind of thing. So that is a piece of that. And so our district is actually looking at applying for that grant for both reading and math to be able to support our schools. Our high schools tend to have a little bit more money than our elementaries when it comes, and middle schools when it comes to purchasing resources. So this might be a way to also supplement in order to, with the purpose from CDE is really to get vertically articulated standards-based resources in front of our students to help them be successful.
Thank you. I wanted to just also say, as I was thinking over this, and I don't want people to assume that I come to the decision of this based on that I just don't agree. I literally came and spoke, and I appreciate you bringing those back so that I could come and speak to Ms. Killingsworth about this, because I just wanted to know, and I wanted to know perspectives. And to me, this is the part where we are not educators up here, and we rely on, and I'm looking at Mr. Thompson back there because I actually know him, and I know that he's fabulous in this specific department. And so I rely on the fact that we have great educators, and I know you do too. I'm not trying to say that at all, but I just think it is, you've done the work, you've done your due diligence, and I just don't feel like it's enough to stop something that could be a really good option. That's my piece, and everybody else can talk, but that's my thought.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. I have had, in full disclosure, several conversations with Ms. Cons about this. Ms. Cloninger and I also had albeit fairly brief, but a conversation about it nonetheless. I will say that there's material in those perspectives that I don't think is really what we want our students to be consuming, and that's really coming from a this is a math class and we want to stay focused on math, and I get that. What I will say though is that, with that being said, this curriculum actually has a higher percentage of meeting standards than many of the other curriculums that we've already approved. So when we start looking at, this actually does what we're trying to get it to do, that means something. And so to, looking at a lot of those perspectives, I will say, like I said, don't like a couple of those, but frankly, out of the 3 books I looked at, there were probably 2, maybe 3 perspectives that I thought were pretty opposite to what I would want. The rest of them I thought were actually pretty interesting and engaging for students, and kind of relatable to Ms. Cloninger's point that it had a lot of relatability to students who might be struggling in certain areas. And so all that to say, this meets the standards. It has a lot to kill a curriculum that's really meeting the standards that we needed to meet at a very high level. Like I said, higher than many of the other curriculums that we've already passed. I remember talking last time you were standing up here about one that was only at 70%. And so, for us to look at that difference, I brought up concerns with one of the reading curriculums that we passed earlier in consent. It had a page talking about Angela Davis, and I said that's not something I think we should be glorifying. But at the same time, one page of one book of one grade level of an entire curriculum when you start zooming out and looking at the 30,000-foot view, you know, as much as I do find a couple of these perspectives to be a little counter, and don't love how that's coming in, specifically in math, I don't know that those 3 bad pages are enough to kill an entire curriculum for that. So those are just kind of my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Saul. And if you don't mind, I would just like to ask Mr. Thompson-Bryan to come up, because it's interesting that you say that, because he comes from the math classroom, and I'm like, how would you use this? Like, because there are some things that, to your point, you know, that they talk about racism, but he shared with me kind of how he would always turn this to math. So I was just hoping he would share a couple words.
Hi, everyone. So yeah, I taught math in middle school and high school for 11 years. And a lot of our students do come in with a fixed mindset. By the time they come to middle school and high school, they've already been labeled how they're going to perform in math. You know, whether it be my mom and dad aren't good at math, things of those nature, right? So the way I view this, and the way I even did in my classes, I talk about my math perspective and my journey in mathematics with my students, and I share my mindset and my challenges I had to overcome. Now, as you can imagine, I can't relate with all kids, and so that's where I could see these stories being able to relate to some of our students. Like Mrs. Killingsworth said, I probably wouldn't use every single one. It'd be 5-10 minutes, and you know, sometimes it would maybe even be a thing that they read and then they journal about. We may not even share it in the classroom. So something they just reflect upon. Something that we do know, and being a coach, you know, I coach wrestling and football, that, you know, a lot of my athletes, I can't do it, right? We've got to change that mindset before they're able to do it. I view it the same way in the math classroom. I can't do math. I can't do fractions. I can't do decimal. I'm not good at it. I got to change their mindset before I can get them ready to learn. So that was always my take on that. So while I don't see it taking a ton of time in my classroom, I do think it's something important that I talk about with my students because then they're ready to learn in my classroom.
Is this a follow-on?
This is a follow-on to Mr.
Okay,
Thompson.
go ahead.
You don't have, I'm not asking you another question. I just wanted to say, just kind of echoing those sentiments. Actually, it's funny because this is a long time ago. When I was in 3rd grade, told you a long time ago, I very distinctly remember we were in the class and we were talking about math, and we had just gone over subtracting and adding fractions. And then our teacher looked at us and said, now we're going to work on multiplying fractions. And it is way more complicated than adding fractions, which she was saying in a little bit of a sarcastic jest. But one of the girls in the front just broke down in tears crying about it. And that's something that, I mean, I still like vividly remember that. And it's very much that mental space of, I can't do this, I can't do this. She struggled a little bit. And so the fact that it was significantly harder, it broke her for a couple minutes. So,
Mr. Temby.
When I looked at these textbooks and looked at the rubrics and everything, the grading, I was fixated on the math content. I'll be honest, I really looked past most of this, not because I didn't care. It's just we were looking at quite a bit. Talked about the totality of everything that was presented, 389 pages. So I fixated on the math. And so it seemed to score very well. The evaluators evaluated them high, and I think that was on the math content. So admittedly, I didn't see this. I absolutely respect Wisconsin's comments and the public comments about this. It's just when I look at this as being good for learning, that was my perspective. If there's anything that is useful, as you just articulated, great. I do think the question is, in a math book, why are these here? But I think you put a lens on that, which I appreciate. But the grading seemed like this was a pretty strong math. So again, I really did. I looked past all those. So,
Mr. Salt.
Sorry, one other thing that I forgot to mention earlier, and that was many of the other textbooks we passed also has non-math content at the front of the chapters. Now, I would say that it's very different in type of content, but it's very much talking about, you know, resiliency or stick-to-itness, if you will, and how to kind of build some of those mental structures for being able to persevere through some of the difficult times. And that was on the elementary side, and so there's a different focus on the elementary side than what we see in the middle school with the way that comes. And frankly, the 6th and 7th grade textbooks, all of I think they were perspectives, are what I would say, you know, very copacetic, right? It was really in the 8th grade that had a couple of those other pages, but you know, we see this as a theme through some of the other textbooks and some of the other curriculums that we've seen, where we want to try to help build that resiliency with our students, especially when it's something like math, that a lot of students come in with these preconceived notions of whether they're good at it or whether they're not good at it. My parents are bad, or I've gotten bad grades before. And so being able to help them form those mental structures as far as being able to say, you know, I can do this, you know, I can push through. If I work a little bit harder, I'll be able to get it. I think those are laudable things to try to work through. And so I did want to just throw that back out.
Ms. Cons.
So to that point, because the Into Math textbooks I praised when we spoke about it earlier, because I loved those intro pages with those character traits. And I just think this mid-school math is just markedly different in the approach. And I think I expressed this to you perhaps, but when we look at our ends, our 1.2 character, so to your point, Mr. Salt, compassion, excellence, citizenship, respect, hope, courage, honesty, responsibility, integrity, perseverance. That's what I saw Into Math. And I think the way I kind of explained it to you is I feel like we all start with those core, those central tenets, virtues, character traits, whatever you want to call them. We started with that a long time ago in our country, and SEL has just kind of it's just veered off. I feel like it originated from those type of core character traits that Americans have. And I'm just asking if that's the right approach, because I don't hear these type of character trait words mentioned in mid-school math to be honing in on our ends. So just to compare and contrast. And I acknowledge how well the book rated. I mean, 100% meeting standards. I acknowledge that. And I told Mrs. Cloninger this the other day, that I understand that most teachers probably wouldn't use the perspectives very often, and it wouldn't take a lot of time from math, but we can't control that. Once it's passed, with all the teachers and schools utilizing it, we can't just count on, you know, a couple voices to say that that it's not going to be utilized more, taking time away from math. So, thank you.
I'll just say I voted no on a textbook. First one in a long time. It was a few years ago. So I appreciate you bringing this up, and I appreciate your concerns. I'm hearing both sides, and I too love character traits. Character. I know when I taught at the academy, I did a quote of the day. That's what I put on the board, and that was my 30 seconds of character, kids. The students, the cadets, and so I tend to think, yeah, I'm with you. I don't know why they put some of this stuff in here. It's like, why do you guys do this? Why can't we just teach math? That's sort of my bias, right? But I also understand. I appreciate Mr. Thompson. I think it was. Yeah. So any other questions or comments? Roll call.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
I'm sorry. Did you have another comment?
Yes. To keep it or
Yeah,
not.
we did a motion in a second, and then we had discussion. Okay. No worries. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Let's continue.
Nay.
Mr. LaValle,
Aye.
Mr. Salt,
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
Okay. Student linkage. This is just a brief, March 17th, and I believe it is 12:30. We will be doing a student linkage with a random sample of students. I'm looking forward to that. Mr. Temby, you are perfectly accepted to not be there. You better not be there because your daughter's getting married. We understand that.
I can come back.
No. Yeah, don't you dare. I believe we will have a cabinet person there to do that. And that is, again, I'm actually looking forward to that. That's the first student linkage that we've had with the new board. So, yeah, March 17th. We should arrive by 12:30. Students will start arriving by 12:45. And I do believe that is the last day before they start spring break. So they're going to be, you know, I don't know how they're going to be. Ready to be done, yes.
They might be more.
They might be, yes, yes. So again, that's, that just be aware of that. Okay, anything else? Any thoughts on that? Okay, Board of Education discretionary budget, Ms. Cloninger.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. This is just a glimpse of our board budget, our discretionary budget. The only thing I want to point out is that I just in the course of me becoming the treasurer, I had Mrs. Matson add DAC subs, DAC sub benefits, and election fees to this list. It changes nothing about our, the numbers haven't changed from the end result. I just wanted more of a snapshot. And in the past, we had left off those three things into a non-discretionary budget. So it was just in two places, and it was just more of, I just wanted to see it as a snapshot. We'll go over more of like what we're doing and what these things mean in the quarterly that we'll do in end of April, but that's just what I wanted to point out with this.
Questions, thoughts, comments? Thank you. We have 23 people still listening in. We're just about done. Mr. Brett Smith, happy birthday, March 15th. The card is up here somewhere. It should be all signed. 30, yeah, right. We won't ask how old you are, but happy birthday, sir. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statement, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for a successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? We are not adjourning the meeting. We are going into executive session. We need a motion that the Board of Education convene into executive session to confer with an attorney for the board for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions related to such matters pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B without compromising the purpose for which the executive session is authorized. The particular matter to be discussed is the proposed revision of EL 2.1. While in executive session, the board will not adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. Lastly, the Colorado Open Meetings Law does not require the board to make any record of the executive session. That's CRS 24-6-4022D5IIB. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger,
Aye.
Mrs. Cons,
Aye.
Mr. LaValle,
Aye.
Mr. Salt,
Aye.
Mr. Temby.
Aye.
This executive session will be held in the boardroom here, and invited this executive session are Mrs. Cloninger, Mrs. Cons, Mr. LaValle, Mr. Salt, Mr. Temby, and Mrs. Thompson. And the regular portion of this meeting is adjourned.